Hello and welcome everyone to the 2023 State of the West Symposium, Navigating Borders in North America. I'm Mark Duggan, the Trione Director of SIEPR, the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, and it's really an honor to co-sponsor today's event with our good friends at the Bill Lane Center for the American West. In just a moment, I'll turn things over to my colleague David Kennedy, who is the founding faculty co-director of the Bill Lane Center, and will help kick off the program. As Stanford's home for the study and the analysis of economic policy, it makes a lot of sense for SIEPR to join forces with the Bill Lane Center today on this event. Many of our more than 100 faculty affiliates are working on topics including trade, immigration, globalization, and other highly policy relevant issues related to the US borders with Mexico and Canada. And core to SIEPR's mission is bringing together government and elected officials, business leaders, and academics to talk about and explore different facets of economic policymaking. We have each of these groups well represented in the room today, and I'm looking forward to a really robust discussion. Of course, the big news on the borders this week was the expiration of Title 42 here in the US, which was the COVID-era policy allowing authorities to immediately turn away migrants at US borders. While the headlines have understandably and rightly focused on what's been happening on the US-Mexico border during the past several days, there are some other issues along with this that we'll be digging into today. Individuals from Mexico have been the biggest immigrant group in the US for more than 4 decades. Pew estimates that around 2020, about 1 in 4 immigrants in the US were Mexican. And more recently, the Migration Policy Institute estimated this figure was 24%. So it's basically 1 in 4 immigrants, by far the biggest immigrant group. But when it comes to international students who are enrolled in US colleges and universities, China dwarfs Mexico. Open Doors, in collaboration with the US State Department, says there are about almost 300,000 Chinese students compared to fewer than 15,000 Mexico students in the US. Thus, perhaps an opportunity for the US and Mexico to deepen collaboration in this space and others. Taking a quick look at trade with our neighbors to the north and the south, Canada and Mexico are by far the US's largest export markets. We trade about $1 billion in each direction with each of these countries, with a modest trade deficit with Canada and a slightly larger trade deficit with Mexico, but they are 2 of our 3 largest trading partners, with China being the other. These are just a few really high-level data points to help frame where we will be going today, and I'm really excited to hear from our panelists and our speakers about their perspectives on so many of these issues. Before I hand things over to David Kennedy, I do want to give a special thanks to several people for putting the program together here today. I know there are many, many people. Whenever you do this, you run the risk of leaving someone out, but I know there are many, many people who worked really hard to organize things. But I want to give an extra big thank you to Alberto Diaz, Kate Gibson, Blas Perez Henriquez, Greg Roston, and Preeti Haymeyer, and of course a gigantic thank you to Tina Lathia and Aline Kadawal for the logistical support for this event. With that, happy Friday to all of you. Welcome to the SIEPR building, and let me welcome my friend and colleague, David Kennedy. Thank you, David, for the partnership on the State of the West, and thanks to every one of you for being here with us today. And David, here you are.
Thank you, Mark. And let me say on the Bill Lane Center side, we're very proud to be with you for the 10th annual State of the West Symposium in partnership with SIEPR. And I want to add to your welcomes. Other people will be welcomed through the day, but a special welcome to Alejandra Bologna, the consul from San Jose. So very glad for your presence here today, too. As I said, this is the 10th annual State of the West Symposium co-sponsored by SIEPR and the Lane Center. Our usual format in past years has been to have an opening keynote address by one of the presidents of one of the 4 Federal Reserve banks that serve the Western region. That's San Francisco, Dallas, Kansas City, and Minneapolis. And then evening closing remarks by whoever is the sitting chair of the Western Governors Association. We're departing from that format this year, and not for the first time, to include not only a discussion about matters strictly U.S. side of the 100th meridian, the famous eastern boundary of the arid region of the continent, But on prior occasions, we've also included representation from Mexico, most notably Agustin Carstens, when he was the president of the Bank of Mexico, was our guest here a few years ago. So this year, again, we're focusing not only on Mexico, but also on Canada, and we're therefore living up to the full billing of the full name of the Lane Center, which is the Bill Lane Center for the Study of the North American West, not just the U.S., but the whole continental proposition. So this seems especially timely this year. Not only is this the first of our post-COVID meetings in person, that's timely all by itself, but there are so many issues on the agenda of the three continental neighbors, Canada, U.S., and Mexico, including not only the relatively new USMCA, which we'll devote a whole panel to discussing this afternoon, and of course the kinds of issues that are on the daily news every day on the U.S.-Mexican border, but also a lesser-known matter, which may or may not come up in this afternoon's discussion. We're also in the midst of renegotiating the Columbia River Treaty with Canada, which comes up every few years, and there are some vexed issues surrounding that particular negotiation that haven't received a lot of press coverage, but we may hear more about them later on today. We have an absolutely stellar roster of participants and presenters and panelists, and I'm looking forward, as Mark said, to a robust discussion. And we're going to begin with some pep talks, I'm not sure what to call them, but greetings from, first of all, from Esteban Moctezuma, the Mexican ambassador to the United States, followed by, again on video, some remarks from Ken Salazar, the U.S. ambassador to Mexico. So I'll direct your attention to the screen, and then I'll come back and introduce our keynoter.
Hi, everybody. I want to acknowledge the work of Stanford University, the Bill Lane Center for the American West, and the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research for organizing the 2023 State of the West Symposium. I had the opportunity of guest lecturing at Stanford just a few weeks ago for the course Public Policy, Energy, Clean Innovation, and Sustainability. And I extend my sincere gratitude to my friend Blas Perez Enriquez for entrusting me with these students and for the engaging conversation with him and his Stanford colleagues that day. This annual symposium continues to serve as an essential platform to address the pressing issues that affect the well-being of millions of Americans, Canadians, and Mexicans. And what we have in front of us is a great challenge, which is to build up the North American region. The North American region is very important not only for us, but for the whole continent, which will show how to construct a competitive and humanistic region. Just Mexico and the US last year had a trade of $800 billion. Every day, about 2 million people cross our borders, getting the best of the two countries. And 2 million Americans live right now in Mexico. So people are communicating always, are sharing culture, sharing food, sharing many of what makes life easier. And with Canada, we have a very, very important relationship. Canada is also one of the most important trade partners of the US, but building up together a region that will encompass 500 million people and a trade of $1.3 trillion means that we have in our hands the possibility of giving the world a secure place to show that cooperation, that unity and trade is the best way to create global peace. So I really congratulate you for engaging in this conversation and wish you the best.
How are you? It is great to be with you. I want to thank my wonderful friend David Hayes, Deputy Secretary of Interior, and so much more for inviting me to be a part of this. For David Kennedy, who's a Stanford Center for the American West founder, a legend for the world and a legend for the West. Thank you for inviting me to the State of the West Symposium. It is my pleasure to be with you at this annual State of the West Symposium at Stanford University. Let me recognize the Bill Lane Center for the American West and the Institute for Economic Policy Research for organizing this symposium and for their tireless efforts to promoting a more integrated North America. I also want to congratulate the organizers on the 10th anniversary of this joint program. 10 years, that's a good long time to go. Shows you got sustainability there. Through all of your efforts, you've helped deepen the personal ties and strengthen the regional relationships by making sure that people understand each other. California embodies this strong connection between the United States and Mexico in Tijuana and San Diego, and the two economies. This year, as we celebrate here in Mexico 200 years of the diplomatic relations between the United States and Mexico, this is an excellent opportunity to recognize that we are two nations with one shared history and one future that we have to work on to understand and to lift up together. We are united, the United States and Mexico, by our social, geographical, and economic ties. Today, we are in a transformative moment in that bilateral relationship. Under the leadership of President Biden, he has stood for the proposition that we must transform that relationship to make it stronger, to make it more durable. We're neighbors forever. We're not going to change that. And our countries are stronger when they are together, and are even stronger when we work together with Canada. This transformational time that we're in is embodied by many, including by President Biden, President Lopez Obrador, and Prime Minister Trudeau at the North American Leaders Summit. We met here in Mexico, January 8th, 9th, and 10th. And there the governments agreed that we would work together on shared opportunities and competitiveness, that we would integrate the supply chains of North America, and that we would collaborate together to address the common challenges of our time, especially in the issue of climate, the difficult challenges of immigration, and the trafficking of fentanyl, arms, and the smuggling of people. I am more determined and more optimistic than ever about our shared future. North America offers all the ingredients to become a global economic powerhouse and lead in protecting our planet, our environment, and to fight against the ravages of climate change. We must together seize this opportunity so that our people, our children, our grandchildren, enjoy a sustainable future and a prosperous one as well. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, USMCA, is part of the transformation. It is the most modern trade agreement in history, and it enhances growth while also protecting labor, workers, and engaging in sustainable growth. Under President Biden's leadership, Congress has also passed game-changing North American-centric legislation that will spur competitiveness and inclusive economic growth. The Inflation Reduction Act is only one example, but it is historic. It will generate unprecedented investment that we have needed for a long time to combat climate change. Never happened before. What it will do is rapidly deploy clean energy solutions that is already happening, including in California and Arizona and throughout the country, and create good paying jobs. This is a priority because attracting manufacturing jobs of the future will require abundant, affordable, reliable, and clean energy. California has been a leader in these efforts. We've worked hard now over more than a decade with California on renewable energy, harnessing the power of the sun and the power of technology. And you're proving in California that you can grow and you can fight climate change at the same time. Another example of some of the work we're doing together is the CHIPS Act. the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. That legislation will help us strengthen supply chains and realize the benefits of nearshoring. As I speak to you today, there is a high-level meeting in Washington on semiconductors and on the integration that is made possible by that act. Now, the borders we share with Canada and Mexico are key to mutual prosperity and a more dynamic integration. And through our strong trilateral relationship, we're united to face these shared challenges. And we have made historic agreements in a variety of ways, including between the United States and Mexico, we're building a secure and modern 21st century border. First time ever, 200 years of history. The US did its thing, Mexico did its thing. Now we're doing it together. We're going to build the best, most modern border that is secure for both people as well as for the goods that go across the border and are essential to the integration of our supply chains. We're working together to make sure that that happens. Now, to take advantage of technology, you at Stanford know this, all the California tech institutions know this, all of higher education know this. Our young people must have the educational tools to reach their potential. When I was in California for the Summit of the Americas, I met with the university chancellors and presidents from throughout California. They understand. Our people have always understood, our parents understood, that without education, we can't really seize the opportunities of today and the future. The academic and professional exchanges between our two countries offer this opportunity. Now, we have started an initiative here which some people say it's too big, that we can't get there. I think we can. We call it the Bicentennial 200 Education Challenge. Today, there's only less than 15,000 Mexicans studying in the US, and about the same number of Americans, of US students studying in Mexico. What's wrong with that picture? There's 360,000 plus Chinese studying in the US, 50,000 plus South Koreans. That's good, but how about our neighbor to the south with only less than 15,000 students studying in the US? We need to do more. And so our challenge, and we have many universities in California across the United States participating in this, is let's increase that number by more than tenfold. Let's do it in this bicentennial 200 year, a celebration of the 200 years between the United States and Mexico. Now, there's some tough issues. I work on them every day. David will know what it's like when you work on these very, very difficult issues, challenges like migration and security, the unprecedented challenges that we are seeing. However, we're making progress on those fronts. We are moving forward in a joint way to make our communities safer. We're fighting against these transnational criminal organizations. We're going after the arms traffickers that are bringing arms to the south, taking the precursors for fentanyl and chemicals to the north that are killing over 100,000 people in the United States. And we're breaking the chains of criminality that essentially foment the caravans of migrants from the land bridge of the Central America all the way through Mexico to our border. I'm confident that we can make progress. I'm confident we will do it together. Now, we know that many challenges remain, but we have so many more reasons for hope than despair because we work together. We work together to seize these opportunities. And we work with institutions like Stanford to make sure that we are moving ahead. Those who envisioned the center of the West there in Stanford were looking at the future with the potential of the western part of the United States. More than any place else, you see that integration also with Mexico and with Canada. That's why the work you do is so important. We seek to provide the necessary opportunities for people to achieve their dreams. So as we look to the future, we know that we can create shared economic prosperity for North America, that we can consolidate our region as a global economic power for people, a democratic powerhouse, an economy and a society that works for all people, not just those at the top. Again, the two Davids, my friends, I laud your commitment, and I laud the commitment of the organizers and all the participants to advance our shared goals. You are key to creating this partnership that will secure a prosperous and sustainable future for our children, our grandchildren, and our nations. Del fondo de mi corazón, a todos ustedes, les doy las gracias por estar ahí en este foro tan importante para América del Norte. La relación entre Estados Unidos y México es una relación para siempre. Y juntos siempre vamos a estar mucho más fuertes, con mucho optimismo, que sí se puede lograr lo mejor para América del Norte. Muchísimas gracias.
Well, there's a bilingual challenge to us all. It's now my considerable pleasure to welcome back to Stanford Calixto Mateos Anel. Calixto is a graduate of the Monterey Institute of Technology and Higher Education, but he's also a graduate of Stanford University. He has a PhD in applied economics from the Food Research Institute here at Stanford. So welcome home, Calixto. It's great to have you back here. Calixto has had more than 25 years of experience at the Banco de Mexico. He's been a professor of economics at his alma mater, Monterey Tech. He's taught courses on macroeconomics, on monetary theory and policy, and financial economics. And since 2019, he has been the managing director of the North American Development Bank. So he's going to get us launched this morning, and or actually by now it's this afternoon. And welcome back, Calixto.
Well, do you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, it's always a pleasure to be here at the farm, and I cannot be happier to be with this group of people and at this particular moment. I want to thank, as you know, I want to thank first Blast, who was the one that contacted me first, and of course Mark Dugan and the SIEPR. And David Kennedy and the Bill Lane Center for American West. I'm very happy to see so many friends here and to be with the consul here, Carlos Gonzalez, the consul Alejandra Bologna, and Gerardo Esquivel, who's a long friend, and an even longer friend, Alberto Diaz-Calleros. And of course, Blas and Senator Benueso. It's good to see you again and be here in this meeting. I want to talk a little bit. I mean, of course, after this introduction from the ambassadors, I think it was the best to have them and to speak on this because they are actually the two champions. And I must say, in the binational relation, we have two great ambassadors, and that they work together, which is something that's very good for the relationship. It's a tough time in the world, let's say, but let's see, where is the clicker? Here, yes. So they are the champions, and this particular time, I think it's important. I want to just mention. It's going to be said. It's been said by the ambassadors. You have the statistics here that were prepared that are very great, but Mexico has gained a lot of relevance over the last 5 years with economic recovery from COVID and changes in the supply chains and the recent international tensions. That we need to understand that that's favoring Mexico. Nearshoring is happening. It's an attractive option for the U.S.-Mexico. And Mexico is the best location, actually. And there's already a network of binational corridors that is working. I mean, As it was mentioned by the ambassador, the trade with Canada and with Mexico, it's equal or greater than the trade with China. And with all these changes, we're expecting it to be even greater. So that's something to take into consideration. The other thing I want to talk is actually the institution I represent, which is the NADBank. And that was created in 94, with the creation as well of the NAFTA agreement. And it was created to help to solve the environmental issues that were going to be expected to happen as the border developed with the NAFTA. And right now, the bank has evolved as well in its scope, and the USMCA, it's adding, bringing more capital to the bank and allowing it to go further in its function. And of course, all these investment growth will impose functions and impose some challenges, which are in its side creating more functions for the bank, and specifically on the environmental part. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what is the links that I'm going to go fast because those have been mentioned on the U.S. economic links. Especially I'm going to concentrate on the role of NADBank and a view of the future challenges for the border. So as been mentioned, I mean, we have the total U.S. trade in 2021, Mexico was 14.4% of the total U.S. trade of the U.S. Canada was 14.5%, and China was 14.3%. And if we go to Mexico, and I'm going to concentrate on that, we have 50 border crossings between the Mexico and the U.S. And 38.4% of trade crosses through the port of Laredo. So one port has crossings that it's even bigger than the port of Los Angeles. There are 128 million people crossing in 22, for example, and 7 million truck crossings in 22. Just to give you an idea of how intense is the trade and how active is the border and the border crossings. And of course, I know you hear a lot of news and about migration and things and problems. I think we're going to talk about this in this symposium, but there are a lot of things. In the border region, that's what we consider in the bank, 7 million people live on the US side and 19 million people live in the Mexican side. And if you see the population growth of those regions, if it's higher than the average of each country. So there's more people moving to the border in both sides of it. Why NADBank? What is this? What is this? What's the North American Development Bank? You might say, well, it was established in '94. There is a clear mandate for it. As I was mentioning, there was a worry what was going to happen with the environment. The bank was created to develop and finance environmental infrastructure along the U.S.-Mexico border, and actually to improve the well-being of the population of the border. It's a binational institution. It's owned equally by the governments of the U.S. and Mexico. It's capitalized equally by both governments. And we are, our headquarters are in San Antonio, Texas, and we have an office in Mexico in Ciudad Juarez. So we are right at the border. And we're an institution who has been proud of having a very good credit rating for international standards and of AA+ and AA1. So there's an interesting feature of the governance of the bank. We're a binational institution. We have in our board the members are the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, the administration of the EPA, one U.S. border representative, and one U.S. public representative. U.S. in this case is it's actually Denise Duchenne, who is from Imperial Beach, and she was formerly a senator for California. And the U.S. Border State Representative used to be a senator from the state of Texas. He's now retired, and they're in the definition of a new member. And they're counterparts in Mexico. So this is a binational institution who has in its board and its governance structure the EPA and the Semarnat. And that has been key to define the role of the bank, and to define the role of the bank as an environmental bank, as a green bank. Of course, at that moment, 94, that was not a term, but we are basically that, and all our projects need to be defined in terms of its environmental benefit. If not, they're not approved. Another particularity is that in our board, all the financing that we do has to be approved by the board, even if it's $100,000. That sounds a little complicated, but it also keeps keep us tight in our mandate. You know, this is actually the region that we operate. It's defined as 100 kilometers north of the border. That's 62 miles, 300 kilometers south, 186 miles, and if you keep that the border it's almost 2,000 miles long. The area we cover, it's a little bit more than half of Mexico's territory, and if you compare it to another country, it's a little bit more like the size of Colombia. You know, so it's kind of an important region as well, and we do specialize in certain types of projects which are for environment. The main priority of the bank is water, and that's very relevant for the border. We do all the water cycle, it's called, from drinking water, wastewater, conservation, stormwater, of course, recycling, treatment plants, all that. We also work a lot with solid waste and all what it has to do, landfills, municipal waste, industrial waste, recycling. Air quality, that's a big thing. And here I want to mention, I mean, when you think about a border, you normally think about a line and some of the limits, you know, and especially when we're talking to people in DC or people in Mexico City, you know, the border is where it all ends. When you live in the border is where all starts, actually, because that's where all trade comes, and that's where all the industries get together, and that's where all the products are produced and traded. So it's kind of a different perspective, but in terms of the environment, it's even clearer. The water has no boundaries, you know. So we share the aquifers, we share the water regions. We share the air quality as well. I mean, the air moves, and we have common problems in terms of water and air. So we do a lot of that, and that's the main priority of the bank. And as you know from the news, well, there's a big problem with the drought, and there's a big problem in the border in both sides. The Colorado River is the main supplier of water for Tijuana, so that's a big problem. And actually the treaty we have is that we have two watersheds, and one is the Colorado River and the other one is the Rio Grande River. And actually the water from the Colorado River flows to Mexico, and the water from the Rio Grande River flows to the US. So there is a treaty, one of the oldest treaties in the binational relations. It's the water treaty from 1844. And that's where it started, and then we have one more later, and that's the 1944, I guess, again, that's the same. So it's one of the oldest, and that's because that's one of the oldest problems for both countries, water. So the bank is immersed in that. We work a lot with the International Boundary and Water Commission, which is a commission that's from State Department, and there's a counterparty from Mexico, which is SILA, which is the same name but in Spanish. And we work to see what are those problems within the water and how the transboundary flows, and how we can help solve those issues. But as we have grown, and we don't only do water and air, because there's a lot of integration and economic development we have to do, so we get into sustainable energy. We have done a lot of projects in wind and in solar. And actually here it's where it was good, because we started doing wind projects in Texas, in the U.S. side. We learn how to finance those projects, and then we moved to Mexico. And actually, we funded the first study in Tamaulipas with the Universidad de Tamaulipas that actually measured that there was very good resource of wind in Tamaulipas, and that triggered the development of wind farms in Tamaulipas. And so we have been involved in that. That's where most of our portfolio has grown, actually. But now we're getting into what's more sustainable cities, sustainable development, and getting into sustainable buildings, sustainable industrial parks, urban development, and that's taking us also to, well, how do we help develop and be immersed in this nearshoring and help get into green manufacturing, and especially getting better processes that are more water and energy efficient in terms of producing, and also producing goods that are helpful for the environment. So that's the two-prong approach. And also, how is the integration of full value chains? This becomes relevant because, as I was saying, water is scarce. Water is a very important resource, and the most consumption of water is done in agriculture. So there's something to be done in that to be able to solve the water problem, and I'll talk a little bit more of that later. The bank, of course, being a bank, we have three main products. Let's say one is loans that we provide as any other bank. As a difference from other financial institutions, multilateral financial institutions, that we are able to lend to the private sector or to the public sector. We're not constrained by one of them. And we're not constrained only to lend to sovereign. We can lend directly to the municipalities and the subnational governments. So that's one thing. And we try to be competitive, and we try to bring the best conditions to our customers, especially the public sector ones. We normally get nice loans for the private sector that provides actually the revenue to operate the bank, and that leaves us some retained earnings that we can use also to provide some grants. And that's the grants we do provide with our retained earnings, but we also have technical assistance, and we also administered some programs for third parties. Especially, we have the administration of the Border Environmental Infrastructure Fund from the EPA, who actually provides funds for water and wastewater in the border for actually to solve problems of transboundary flows. And this is one of the programs that it's most successful, and actually it's very, the bank in that sense is a great institution for that, because the EPA could not really give a grant directly to an entity in Mexico, because that would be going against the sovereignty. But they can give a grant to NatBank, which is owned by both governments, and then we can fund and give a sub-grant in the same conditions to the municipalities in Mexico. So that's been a mechanism, and that's been very useful, and that's been a way to really go, and I'll talk a little bit of what we have done in a few minutes. And we also do technical assistance, of course, and because most of the time we need to help communities in either side of the border, and you may not know, but there are communities that require a lot of help in the US side, especially in that area of the 62 miles, which have no running water, which have no sewage, which have no paving, and those communities have very little capacity and in terms of competencies of their. So we do a lot of capacity building. We have actually an institute that trains and helps give basic skills of management for the utilities and the counties in both sides of the border, and we do, of course, the normal technical assistance for projects and for policy definition. And what do we do? As I was saying, the value that we provide is we provide institutional strengthening, you know. We do public policy support and municipal and sectorial studies to enhance the opportunities of communities. And we do, of course, the financing. We try to do the most affordable conditions for the communities that we're working with. And this is what we've done in the past almost 28 years. We have funded about 3.8 billion in 298 projects, which are representing an investment of $10.9 billion. Most of the projects, as we've done in our history, are priorities in water. Of course, water projects are, in comparison with energy projects, much more smaller. So when you see the dollar amount, of course, the portfolio goes more on sustainable energy. Those are, you know, the ticket of an energy project is about $100 million. The ticket of a water project is about $2 million. So that explains a bit, but our focus has been that over the years. What have happened in terms of impacts, because that's been the most important part. I mean, we cannot fund anything we have not previously defined what's going to be the impact and what's going to be the environmental value of it. So we have done 13 water treatment systems with a combined capacity of 86 million gallons a day, and 251 miles of water lines serving 1.2 million communities. We have worked 40 wastewater treatment systems, and I want to say it's if you see the border in '94, how much water was treated, it was about 50% of the water in the Mexican side. If you see the border in the Mexican side right now, how much of the water is treated, it's actually like 99% of the water. And in most of those projects, we have been involved in getting those water treatment plants. We have 2 water conservation projects or an irrigation district, and though that was very successful, we recovered the irrigation channels, and that created a lot of savings in waters, as it says, 33 million gallons of water per day. 3 stormwater projects, 7 sanitary landfills, and 11 roadway improvement projects. And here you might say, well, why are we doing paving? What has that to do with the environment? Actually, when you have a community who has no just dirt road, the particulate matter that it's there, it's really a problem. It's a health problem. So when you do the paving, you reduce that completely, and that creates an improvement in the health of the community. So that's projects that we have been involved. Of course, public transportation is really important. Most of the use of fossil fuels is used in transportation of people. If you see the border, there's a lot of old vehicles actually that come from the US, but they remain in the border. We have a program we're trying to change and give incentives to change to newer fleets and more, of course, better technologies in terms of the pollutants, and that's how we work. And of course, the clean energy, we've been in 33 clean energy facilities with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts. That has displaced about 4 million metric tons of CO2 per year by having those and not the combined cycle plants. Going a little bit on the future, what's coming? What do we see? We have, of course, nearshore opportunities will boost economic growth in the border states. And it will be higher than the rest of the country, because that's where the near comes in. You know, the border states are the nearest states to the U.S., and that's one of the lessons coming from this crisis. You want to have production very close. And if we see, you know, in the first quarter of 23, we have seen around 16.4 billion new project investments in Mexico, and especially in the auto industry. If you have heard a bit, Tesla is actually moving a big facility into the area of Monterrey in the state of Nuevo León. And Nuevo León has 64 nearshoring investments in the first quarter, mostly related to the auto industry and related to the investment of Tesla on supply chain distributors of Tesla. And so we see, of course, economic growth will increase the pressure on the environment. Of course, water, we will need more water because we're expecting more population, more industry. So there's a need to have more water. So we need to, of course, it's an arid region. We need to increase the sources of water. That means desalination, reuse, treatment, but totally reuse. And desalination, it's if you don't know, I mean, El Paso has a big desalination plant because the aquifer is salty. So that could be replicated some other places. Tijuana is a big project. It's a big problem because it only has one source of water, which is the Colorado River. So there's also a need to diversify the sources of water. Air, of course, air is a problem. We have pollution that's coming. Of course, that's where we need to get into more urban and carbon transportation. We're starting to develop projects with some border cities to and that's the reason we also get involved in border crossings, because as I was saying, the amount of vehicles crossing is such, and especially the times that are taking, it's such that you can have idle vehicles for hours, and that's a very strong source of point pollution. And actually, the places where the highways cross are the places where not the wealthiest people of the communities live. And actually, it's in part an issue of environmental justice to make that more efficient and to reduce the pollution that comes from those vehicles. In terms of clean energy, of course, we are seeing that there's going to be, in order to be development more industries, you need to have, of course, energy and water, and of course train people. That's one thing that Ambassador Salazar mentioned, which I think it's also an important part. We cannot get into that, but I think that's an important part of the development of the binational relationship and of the border. That's a topic that also Ambassador Moctezuma has. I heard it more with Ambassador Moctezuma than Ambassador Salazar, but that's the reason I said they work together and they were very well coordinated. So one thing that mentioned one, the other one didn't mention, and that's great that they work that way. In terms of solid waste, of course, more people, more processes, we need to work on that and work more on circular economy type of projects. And of course, urban development, more buildings, more housing, we need to do it in terms that we are using the best lead technology or edge technology, so that we know that we are trying to do the best in terms of environment. And of course, what I mentioned, green manufacturing and green value change. So just to conclude, and it's if you look at Mexico, the border is even more relevant today than it was before. There is a lot of regional and economic integration coming, and that's mentioned in many ways. I mean, the area of San Diego, Tijuana, the area of El Paso, Juarez, the area of Laredo and Nuevo Laredo, and of course Naco and Nogales and all those other smaller towns are always working one side and the other. We need to think a lot about how to make it sustainable in terms of the environment, and we have to do more research in measuring impacts and value chain integration. How is it that clusters are going to be formed? And that's where I think there's a lot of opportunities with the Bill Lane Center and the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research. So the collaboration needed to do some studies on that and work, and I hope we can actually get into that and get for the border. So that's my participation. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions. You have a question? Yeah. Oh, was it all clear or was it all boring? I don't know. One question here. Well, let's take okay, Alberto, and then.
So thank you so much for this. I wanted to ask you very specifically about Monterrey and the water problems in Monterrey, in the city of Monterrey. So last summer, as you know, they suffered a terrible drought. But the challenge there is that it's decisions that should have been taken 10 years ago that are affecting the city. So the question is, what can an institution like NatBank do? And also thinking about this last thing you said about the distributional impact. In Monterrey, it was the poorest in Monterrey who were suffering the most of the water shortage. So I wonder if you have some thoughts on how you can make a difference there.
Well, if I can tell you, we were involved in the project that was canceled, that was going to bring water like 6 years ago. And that was a political decision of why it was canceled. There are now options that are being explored, which bring the same issue. I mean, there need to be alternative sources of water for Monterrey. I mean, there's no way they can get it all from groundwater. I mean, they need to bring water from far away. And there are ways to do it. There's now talks about doing something through Tamaulipas, bringing water from Tamaulipas to a reservoir in Tamaulipas and then connecting that to Monterrey. That's going to take some time, but we're actually involved in that and trying to work with both governments from Monterrey and Tamaulipas. That Monterrey is where it's on the news, but there's a big issue in any other border town. And that's something that's happening and that will happen if we don't take precautions. We are working in the area of Tijuana, and the governor there is worried and it's working towards it. We actually gave a loan recently for the government of Baja. It was a $150 million loan, and it's actually a very creative way because it's actually it has a performance fund, performance evaluation of the funds. The state governor is getting that loan, but it's going to lend it to its utility institutes, and they are going to make. Of course, it's it's thematic. It's only for water, so they are going to do water works on treatment plants and desalination plants and distribution lines, and they will have to cover certain performance indicators. If they do get to those performance indicators in terms of how they are operating the plants, they will have they will not all the money they pay for the loan will be given back to them so that they can do some more investments in the same projects. So that's creating incentives, that's creating the way of doing different financing and trying to solve the problem to having the right incentives there. So that's in terms of that. Please.
I was impressed by the broad spectrum of projects that the NAD Bank gets involved with, but I didn't notice anything for healthcare. Forgive my ignorance for asking, but is that fall under the urban development, or is it handled another way?
That's been hard because it was not like directly linked to us. We have actually figured a way through the development of buildings, and there's a project that we're just actually finding the final details and signing of a hospital in San Luis Rio Colorado, which is a complete development of a new facility with all the LEED certification and everything, reduction in the use of energy, reduction in the use of water, and of course that's providing services to the community of migrants, and actually from the ones that come to the U.S. and work temporary on the farms, they have a treaty, an agreement with the insurance companies, so they can treat them. So they come back to Mexico, they get this treatment, and it's all trying to do the healthcare. It's not our main line of work, and we have to, given our specific mandate, we have to get the environmental part as a way to get it. But that's the way we've done it. And of course, there's a lot more need on water issues, but and our board members normally like it more to get into water. I mean, read that EPA seminar. So that takes a little while to get the approval for the board, but we're getting there. Yeah. Oh.
Hey there. I think I also saw food value chain on the list. Would you mind elaborating, please, on what sorts of projects you work on in the food space and ag space?
Yes, I mean, this is a brand new topic that we're coming in, and what we're trying to get is to really figure out where are the in terms of the value chain, there are a lot of processes that involve cold transportation and everything. And that's where we're trying to optimize it and be more energy efficient in that sense and more expedited transport, so that there will be less energy required and of course integrate the value chain. But it could go even further to go even when you start producing the product and where it is and how you link all that process. It's a brand new thing. I cannot go further because we haven't got any project related to that, but that's our aim. Yes?
First off, thank you. This has been very interesting. I noticed that one of your issue areas was sustainable cities, and that got me thinking about the urban-rural divide that is so stark, at least in the US. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about what challenges and opportunities there are in rural communities that are within your jurisdiction.
Well, you're right. It's not a topic that we take as you know, the environmental part is difficult to measure there because the cities start invading what was rural lands, and we need to see how it is planned the city, and in that way we can help not spread the city that all. The new techniques say that we shouldn't spread cities for so long because then you have to add more sewer lines and distribution lines and of course if you grow the city higher then it's better, but then you have to provide a lot of planning on how you do spaces so that people can have recreation facilities, so that they can have a good development and you provide enough water, enough energy, etc. for living. So I will leave it there because again it's something that we are starting to get into that topic, but we are aware of all those issues, and that's the reason we need the help of the academics here to get to the point. One more question there, just. Over there.
When you talk about funding groundwater pumping for cities like Monterey, is there a concern that groundwater will be overpumped and will get more saline, and that you'll have to spend more money on energy desalinating it, and that there will come an end point when you lose the groundwater? How do you think about that in economic terms?
No, we actually are seeing that. And that's the problem, especially in Baja, for example. I know you heard about the Valle de Guadalupe wines and everything. They have a peculiarity to those wines. They're great wines, but they have a little salty taste. And it's because they're getting to the aquifer is getting into the saline water. So yes, that's the concern. That's the reason we say we cannot overexploit those ground sources, and we need these new sources of water. Could be desalination, but it needs to be more the reuse and the treatment of water. So that's where we're trying to do our research and our input, our impact over there.
Well, I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking Calixto Mateos for this wonderful introduction. And we'll take about a 13-minute break and reconvene here at 1:45 for the first panel discussion on the USMCA.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll let you take a seat, and we're about to start the second event of the day. Okay, so my name is Melanie Morton. I'm a professor in the economics department, and it's my pleasure to be with you today to have a panel on, does the US-Mexico-Canada agreement have a future? So looking at the most recent attitude data, the most recent Gallup poll from March 2022 shows that only 61% of the US population views foreign trade as an opportunity for economic growth rather than a threat to the economy. This level of support is about the same level of support as back in 2016 when NAFTA was still in force. In the interim, of course, NAFTA has been out, the new USMCA is in, and of course there's a whole new framework for understanding free trade between the three North American countries. So the question that I think we'll focus on today, does the USMCA have a future, seems particularly relevant when we're looking at the age of globalization coming out of a pandemic and understanding challenges in the economic growths and possible recessions. So today we're very delighted to have our own mini USMCA with three very accomplished experts to discuss this issue. First, we have Professor Gerardo Esquivel, who was most recently Deputy Governor of the Mexican Central Bank, and he's now a professor at El Colegio de Mexico. Professor Esquivel is recognized for his academic work in Mexico. He's been awarded numerous prizes from the Mexican Academy of Scientists, as well as the National Public Finance Prize. Much of his academic work has focused on understanding the challenges of combating poverty and understanding labor markets and inequality in Mexico and Latin America. Professor Renee Brown, who will speak second, is the director of the Center for Commerce and Diplomacy at UCSD, University of California, San Diego, and is also a professor in the Department of Economics and School of Global Policy and Strategy. Professor Bowen's work focuses on political economy, microeconomic theory, and international trade. And Professor Bowen also currently serves on California Governor's Council of Economic Advisors. We'll wrap up the first part of the panel with the Honorable Perrin Beatty, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, which counts over 200,000 members. He has had an illustrious career spanning 21 years in the Canadian Parliament, including serving as minister in 7 different portfolios. Subsequently, he was a member of several private sector boards, served as president and CEO of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and also served as chancellor of the University of Ontario Institute of Technology for several years. In 2018, he was made an officer of the Order of Canada for a lifetime of public service. So again, we're delighted to have such an accomplished panel. We're going to start the panel with 15-minute presentations. We'll then go into a moderated discussion, and we'll have time for your questions at the end of the panel. With that, I'm delighted to welcome Professor Gerardo Esquivel to start us off.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks all for the organizers and my colleagues of the panel. It's always a pleasure to be at this institution. I want to start talking about the question of the title of the session, does the USMCA have a future? A perspective from Mexico, that's the title of my presentation. And I'm going to start right directly responding to the title of the session. Yes, we have a future. The USMCA has a future. It has a past, it has a present, and I think it has a future. We had NAFTA before, from 1994 to 2020. Now we have USMCA, and the question is, what do we want to have in the future for the region? Maybe a North American community, which is what just to use the words that the late Bob Pastor used to refer to his dream about what we should have for the whole region, and I think he was right. Bob Pastor, who was a professor at American University, has always this idea of bringing together the whole region and in a much broader integration than just trade and investment. And I think his dream goes in the right way, and probably we have to try to integrate much more ahead, not just in terms of trade and investment, but also in other dimensions. But let me just start giving you some my thoughts about the past, first of all, because as I said, if we want to understand whether we have a future, we have to understand where do we come from and where do we stand today. First of all, in terms of the past, we should remember that by the early 90s, that's a few years after the enactment of the US-Canada Free Trade Agreement, Mexico and by the then President Carlos Salinas de Gortari announced his intention of getting into an agreement with the two neighbors, the North American neighbors, with an FTA with USA and Canada, which was quite surprising in the sense that it was probably the first free trade agreement in which an emerging economy was trying to get into this agreement with the more developed economies. But even before that, one thing that we should understand is that at least Mexico and the US are what is called in the academic literature supernatural trade partners, which that means, this comes for the economists in the room, which I guess there are a few, this comes to the gravity effects in what determines trade. It depends on the size of the economies, on the geographical distance, and of course on the characteristics of the economies. And happens that Mexico and the US, we are neighbors forever, as the ambassador said, the two ambassadors said. We are neighbors. We have large economies, the US and Mexico, with large populations. And we also have complementary factor endowments, because Mexico and the US, Mexico has this ample endowment of unskilled labor, with the demographic composition, which happens to be complementary of the demographic composition of the US, at least right now, not in the future. In the future, we will become much more similar, but so far we are still pretty complementary. And we have so different specializations in terms of what we produce. So, and just to give you an idea, how is that we were natural trade partners even before any agreement was signed. By 1993, that's before NAFTA, more than 80% of Mexico's exports were for the US market, and more than 70% of Mexico's imports came from the US. So we were already trading a lot, but not as much as we are trading today. And just, but we were trading, and it was natural for us to trade for these reasons. And then in 1992, when President Salinas announced his intentions to get into this agreement, he also made all these other expressions that are in the presentation, just for you to understand what was behind the logic of the Mexican president back then. And he said, very importantly, we want to export goods, not people. And I think that was very interesting and very smart way to present the idea of trying to get into the agreement. Because as you know, migration has always been an issue, as we will address this in the next table. So he wanted to send the signal that, yes, we want further integration, but in terms of trade, and that might help to reduce the flows of labor as well. So this is one thing he mentioned. He also mentioned this idea of that was the future to improve the standard of living of Mexico. But also he said something which is very important for even in today's world, which is that will allow us to compete with regions which are getting together. Remember, this is 1993. This is after the fall, the collapse of the Soviet bloc and the Berlin's Wall and so on. So he said that will allow us to compete with regions that are getting together in Europe and in the Asian Pacific countries. So that was what he had in mind back then. And now what happened with NAFTA in terms of trade? This is what happened with NAFTA. This is Mexico's trade balance with different countries and regions. It starts in 1990, so the first years are pre-NAFTA, and then it's after NAFTA. The green line, which is almost overlapping with the brown line, is the trade balance Mexico-US, and Mexico-US plus Canada. So as you can see, what we have had in Mexico is this huge surplus in trade with the US that has grown from being almost zero to more than 150 billion today. And instead, we have a large deficit with the rest of the world, particularly with the East Asian economies, particularly with China, but not only. And that in total, that comes to a almost zero balance with the rest of with the world together. But this graph, which shows how much has trade grown and in which way it has grown, which is basically in favor of this surplus of Mexico. We are exporting much more manufacturing goods today than we used to. This explains a lot of what has happened with NAFTA and the perceptions with NAFTA in both countries. In the US, some, as you know, that was the effects of NAFTA, and now I'm going to talk a little bit about the USMCA, and I would say that USMCA was an unlikely agreement given the context in which happened, the renegotiation of NAFTA. And it was an unlikely agreement because if you remember what former President Trump used to say about NAFTA, he said that it was probably the worst trade deal ever. In Mexico, the incoming president, López Obrador, was not, I wouldn't say a skeptic of free trade, but was not a promoter of free trade. But at some point, probably both sides of the border, presidents realized the relevance of the agreement for both economies. It was probably it was unlikely to get a renegotiation, but was probably even more unlikely to get rid of the agreement, because the agreement was so important for both economies. I mean, if you realize that we have this 150 billion deficit from the U.S. with Mexico, just imagine the relevance of that for the Mexican economy in terms of jobs and economic activity in general, but also in terms of consumption for the U.S. market. So we have become both countries interdependent in this dimension as a result of NAFTA. So, so as a result of this economic interest and reason prevail, Trump at the end proposed the renegotiation of the agreement, despite the fact that he had announced that probably he was going to cancel NAFTA, which generated a lot of uncertainty in Mexico, by the way. And then AMLO's, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, Mexico's president, he sent this letter immediately after he got elected to President Trump, saying that he would get into the renegotiation. And I think that was an unlikely agreement because, as I said, both presidents were originally sort of not sympathetic to the situation, but in the end, reason prevailed, and the economic arguments behind the relationship between Mexico and the U.S. Prevailed. And now, when USMCA came into effect, Trump said it will be the best and most important trade deal ever made by the U.S., of course. And just to remind you what happened with the new agreement, this is a quick summary of what happened with the USMCA. There are new rules of origin for the auto industry. Now, a higher percentage has to be built and constructed in North American countries to get the tariff-free treatment. Now, new labor rules for the auto industry. At least 40% has to be produced by workers earning at least $16 per hour, which means basically in the US and Canada, because in Mexico wages are not that high yet, not even in that industry. Has strengthened labor laws, which was a demand from the Democrats mostly, but happened to coincide with the interest in Mexico to enforce labor laws and to protect workers, with rapid response panels, which are now into effect. Digital and intellectual property protection was extended from 50 to 70 years. And very importantly, now there is this sunset provision clause, which says that there will be reviews every 6 years. And unless each country agrees to extend it for further 16 years, the agreement will expire 10 years after the review. So if we do, after the review, we do not all agree on to continue with the agreement, that will expire in a 10-year period. So that's the clause. That will happen in a few years. And it's very important to understand that that doesn't necessarily mean a renegotiation. It's just a review. If the three countries are happy with the agreement, we will continue with this. What to expect for the future? I think, in my opinion, it's a long life to the USMCA for the reasons I already mentioned. We are supernatural trade partners. We are in this together, I think, for the future. There is this new geopolitical order that you know, which has all this discussion about nearshoring, trade tensions with China, Russia's invasion to Ukraine, the One Road, One Belt initiative, with everything that has generated in terms of concerns about what's the intention of China. And then the pandemics exhibited major vulnerabilities in the current global order, as we know. In what way? Global value chain disruptions. We realized that we were excessively dependent on the provision of certain inputs, on certain trade routes, in certain countries. And now we are start to talk about which is nearshoring or friendshoring or ally shoring. That's the new name of the game. And I think in this new game, the future of the region, we cannot think of the region without thinking of the three countries as a unity in some sense. So because now what the countries have in their minds as a result of this new global order is the search for food, energy, and national security. And there you have in the US, you have the Inflationary Reduction Act, which basically is the remain of industrial policies. And in particularly, helping and subsidizing certain industries. And because of the USMCA, this has to extend and to cover the whole three countries. So, and that's important. And now the big question is, in my opinion, with whom is the USA going to ally in this process? Because when we start thinking about this new geopolitical order, the first thing that we have to keep in mind is who is going to be part of this. And let me just show you, with this I'm going to end. This is a graph of the world with the network of main trade partners in the world. So it's a picture that I got from the presentation from Paul Andras, which is a Harvard professor. But I think it's pretty amazing just to think of the world in this way, which is who is trading with whom? Who is your main trade partner? And then you see that there are three basically nodes important, which are in Europe, Germany, with these neighboring countries, and they trade with other countries. So you have this big node here. Then you have China with all those countries, and they are the most important trade partners for other countries. And then you have the US. And if you look at with whom trades the US the most, you will see that there are relatively smaller countries, Central American economies, some a couple of Southern American countries, Mexico and the UK, and the Caribbean, basically. So if you think that in this new geopolitical order, with whom is going to work the US, has to work with the US and with Mexico and Canada. These are the most important trade partners. Not you saw that in the graphs that are in the booklet that was given to us at the entrance. But also in this picture, you realize who is trading with whom. And that might help to explain why some countries in other parts of the world are aligning with China rather than with the US. And if you think about the future, and if you think about these geopolitical considerations that have been put in the table by this administration, and I think not just by this administration, but I think that's something shared by Democrats and Republicans, then you might think that USMCA has a long life in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really delighted to be here, especially because I'm actually a microtheorist. My day job is studying game theory, and you have graciously allowed me to do my moonlighting as a trade policy talking head. So what I will discuss today, I believe I have some slides. I want to make sure those were included. Apparently not. So that's too bad. So she's helping me to get those set up. But So the purpose of my talk is really to think about USMCA in a global context. And I say global context, but really I'm based in the United States. I sit on the Council of Economic Advisors for the Governor of California. So this is going to be very much a US perspective. That's the first thing I wanted to say. So as far as trade agreements go globally, the tendency has been towards what we call deep trade agreements. And so what we see over time is, first of all, that preferential trading agreements have exploded over time. We've gone from preferential trading agreements, let's say in the 1970s, in the order of 10 or so. Now we're looking at hundreds of preferential trade agreements. And when we say preferential trade agreements, these include the larger ones, such as the WTO. These will include the narrower ones, such as USMCA. It would also include things like RCEP in Asia or Mercosur in Latin America. And what we've seen with these trading agreements, of course, early trading agreements, preferential trading agreements, were heavily focused on reducing tariffs. That was the main thing. You know, coming out of the 1940s, post-World War II, it was all about reducing those very high tariffs on the orders of 100% in some cases. Over time, say about till the 1990s, tariffs have come down dramatically. Right now in the United States, tariffs stand at roughly 2% on average. And the same is true for other advanced countries, such as the EU. So tariffs are becoming smaller and smaller share of trading agreements. And the question is, what has been happening with these trade agreements over time? So as we just heard, a lot of these trade agreements are now focused on things such as intellectual property, such as services. We see that services is becoming a larger and larger share of global trade. And when we talk about services, these are things such as tourism. These are things such as digital services, data flows. And as we are embarking on this new era of trade and services, clearly tariffs are becoming less and less important. Not only that, so tariffs are becoming less and less important for services. They're also becoming less and less important for goods trade, as tariffs are already quite low, and many countries are already involved in free trade agreements. According to WTO rules, to engage in a free trade agreement, tariffs have to come down to almost zero. So as we're embarking on a new era of free trade agreements, what we'll begin to see is not so much free trade agreements based on tariffs. We will start to see these economic arrangements, and they may even start to be called something other than free trade agreements. So many of you may know something about an agreement called IPEF. It's called the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. You may also know about an agreement called APEP, the America's Partnership for Economic Progress. These are two initiatives of the Biden administration and what they're thinking of as their key trade policy. Now, notice, none of these actually say trade in the title. They're called economic partnerships, economic agreements. Why is this? What does it have to do with economics? Many trade commentators say it has nothing to do with trade because tariffs are not included. Market access is not included. But is this really a fact? What they're focused on with a number of these agreements are other parts of deep trading agreements, such as trade facilitation, reducing barriers to getting across a border, simplifying customs processes. In one report by the WTO, simplifying customs processes would account for a 14% reduction in trade costs. When we think about average tariffs of 2%, that gain is much larger if all we are doing is reducing trade facilitation costs. Another part of this is bureaucratic red tape. Some of these modern trade agreements are working towards having digitizing customs processes. Imagine having to spend hours and hours and many waking moments having to fill out paperwork for customs. Many of you have probably tried to do this. I personally have tried to do this. It is a nightmare. And so as we're digitizing and simplifying these customs processes, we're actually making trade freer. Another component of this, when we're thinking about these bureaucratic processes in customs, is that they're outsourced to some sort of trade facilitator, who you then have to pay, increasing further your trading costs. Being able to do this directly through an online platform or through a digitized system makes this a much easier and cheaper process, opening up trade further. The final part of these deeper trade agreements, especially now, has to do with digital services trade. Of course, very important to what's happening right here in Silicon Valley. The name of the game now is trade in data. And there are many potential barriers to trade in data. Data localization is one of those potential trade barriers to data services trade. Other trade barriers can exist. Regulations that start to restrict data flows across countries. Allowing not having harmonized processes for data flows, simply technological processes for data flows, can actually restrict trade in data. So as we're going forward and we're thinking about new trading agreements, the things we have to be thinking about is how do we harmonize standards, how do we harmonize or technologies to facilitate trade flows. So I'll tell you about an interesting thing that you can do if you're in Singapore and you're trading in Indonesia. In Indonesia, you can access just through an app anything you want in Singapore. That's what people are thinking about as they're thinking about freeing up trade. The same would not be true if you're thinking about trade between Australia and the United States. And of course, all of this is being shaped in a changing geopolitical context. So again, we were just reminded of that changing geopolitical context. And as you were also reminded, the words that have been used have gone from reshoring to nearshoring to friendshoring to ally shoring. We're not talking about restricting free trade. This is all about national security. The word of the day or the phrase of the day is going to be something of the order of shared democratic values. So democracies are the ones that are starting to recognize that they need to be allies. As these democracies realize that they need to be allies, it becomes more about coordinating trade among these democratic allies and upholding democratic values. Again, this is not about protectionism. But in coordinating on these democratic values, again, this is what part of these deeper trade agreements are going to start becoming about. The question is, how do you do this in a consistent way that does not result in protectionism? So, for example, if we're thinking about inequality or worker rights, how do you ensure that you're upholding worker rights, reducing inequality, without impinging on your trading partners? Under USMCA, one of the innovations was this rapid response mechanism. The rapid response mechanism allows any entity in the United States to lodge a complaint against a facility in Mexico for violation of labor rights. You can be an NGO, you can be a labor group, AFL-CIO, for example. You can be an individual. You take a complaint to the USTR about labor standards in a particular facility in Mexico, and your complaint will be heard. So what needs to happen is that the Mexican facility, for example, has to respond, come into compliance. Otherwise, and this is the rapid response part, the United States has the right to withhold liquidation. What that effectively means is they can immediately stop any trade from that particular facility right at the border. Immediately. They can issue a request to the US Treasury. The US Treasury can then hold up that trade. So we can see how this goes in the direction of upholding labor standards and improving inequality. We can also see how this goes in the direction of increased uncertainty for firms, and it can start to look like protectionism. So in any modern trade agreement, there's going to be a balance between keeping trade open in terms of these new areas, services, digital trade, etc., with particular emphasis on non-tariff barriers. And on the other side of the equation, there's going to be this emphasis on increasing or upholding these democratic values, or what I like to call addressing global public goods. So what are these global public goods? You hear these all the time. Supply chain resilience. That's one of these. We also think about climate cooperation, global public good. Inequality or reducing inequality, that's also a global public good. And of course, upholding labor standards. So in each of these call it democratic values or global public goods, trade is always implicated. Of particular concern would be something like climate. Countries have typically pursued climate policies at the domestic level. They've viewed it very much as domestic policy. But we're living in a world where you cannot address climate issues without simultaneously coordinating on trade policy. The EU has recently imposed or introduced a carbon border adjustment measure to complement their exchange trading system. That becomes a trade policy. That needs to be done in coordination with trading partners. The US and the EU have embarked on a green climate deal on steel. Again, this implicates trading partners who are trading in steel. So with all these climate mitigation strategies going on, trade is implicated. The WTO itself recently signed a fisheries agreement. They also recognize that climate has to be included in their discussions of trade. So as countries move forward and deepen these trade agreements, you'll see more emphasis on climate and trade coordination. You'll see more emphasis on labor standards agreements, such as the Rapid Response Mechanism in USMCA. And you'll see a lot more emphasis on ensuring supply chains are working properly. With regards to supply chains, of particular concern in the United States, we all know about semiconductor supply chains. The second one is pharmaceuticals. Now, what's interesting about the semiconductor and pharmaceutical supply chains, especially as it relates to USMCA, is that we're back to goods trade. As was pointed out, Mexico is a natural partner for manufacturing with the United States. If we're thinking about shoring up supply chains, yes, it's important to think about shoring up supply chains between the United States and East Asian countries. That's what IPEF is about. But there's this entire continent of South America that's right here and is also an important component of this. And these things need to be coordinated. And that's what the America's Partnership for Economic Progress is also about. And so you'll see these two agreements, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the America's Partnership for Economic Progress, moving forward in terms of pillars. There'll be a standard trade pillar, mostly aimed at digital services trade. There'll be a supply chain pillar, there'll be a climate pillar, and there'll be a labor pillar, or what they call fair economy. So if we're moving forward with USMCA, the other thing to think about is domestic politics. So why did the WTO fall apart? The WTO fell apart because of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism, or the appellate body, and the US saw themselves as unfairly treated via the WTO's appellate body. What were the major concerns? What's called trade remedies, anti-dumping duties, countervailing duties. It turns out that these are narrowly focused on a very particular set of industries, manufacturing and steel. So if you really boil everything down, why did the WTO fail? It's because of domestic politics related to manufacturing and steel. Congress has the pen when it comes to trade policy in the United States. As USMCA moves forward, the things they want to think about is how to coordinate USMCA with these US domestic policies, particularly IRA and the CHIPS Act. And this, of course, comes back to climate and supply chain resilience. So I'll stop there for now, and thank you so much for your attention.
Well, I don't have any slides, so if any appear behind me, they're Renee's as opposed to mine. We'll have to have you back. That was impressive that you did that without the slides. Let me say, first of all, how grateful I am for the invitation to be with you today. Not only is the symposium about the fate of USMCA, or CUSMA as we call it in Canada, very timely, but it's an opportunity for me to visit this justly famous and beautiful university for the first time. As a matter of fact, when I get back home to Ottawa tomorrow, I intend to change my CV to say, he went to Stanford. Now, I recognize that many of you may find this a bit presumptuous on my part since I'm only here for the afternoon, but my tenure as foreign minister was only a few months longer than that. I include that in my CV, so I think it's absolutely a legitimate addition. My one regret about being here on this visit is that George Shultz is no longer with us. George was a remarkable human being. He was one of the most influential US Secretaries of State and a distinguished fellow and professor here at Stanford. I first met him when we served in our respective governments, but I came to know him much better when he served as the US chair of the North American Forum. George was one of the strongest and most articulate proponents of North America. He argued forcefully that, in his words, foreign policy starts in your neighborhood. And he reminded us that President Reagan's first international visits after his election were to Mexico City and to Ottawa. George's insight that we should start with our neighbors when we consider our relationship with the world is still highly relevant today, and particularly in the context of USMCA. Now, I won't dwell on what you already know and what you've heard already this afternoon, that since 1989, North American free trade agreements have generated economic growth and rising standards of living for the people of all three member countries. By strengthening the rules and procedures governing trade and investment throughout the continent, USMCA has created a more economically integrated North America and has delivered major benefits to businesses and to citizens across all three countries. Today, the need for a more integrated North American trading relationship is clear. Around the world, a confluence of disruptive forces has exposed major weaknesses in our global trade infrastructure. Although we've made major strides in managing pandemic-related disruptions to our highly globalized supply chains, post-pandemic economic recovery remains challenging. Changes to consumer demands, labor shortages, and other structural factors have created a perfect storm of bottlenecks and of back orders. The cost of consumer goods, including food and energy, is rising. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as other major geopolitical challenges, has only exacerbated this difficult situation. We've also learned that many issues can't be resolved by countries acting alone. Climate change, pandemics, global security, migration, food security. These issues require international collaboration. By now it should be evident that even the problems of the US southern border can't be resolved through unilateral action at the border alone, but rather must be addressed hundreds and even thousands of miles away at their source. Now, in this highly uncertain international climate, jurisdictions around the world are looking for stability and for predictability. They're turning to their most trusted allies, reinforcing the resilience of their supply chains and their manufacturing capacity by prioritizing trade with reliable partners. As members of one of the world's largest free trade zones, Canada, the United States, and Mexico have no better friends than each other in this regard. All three members bring significant advantages to the table. For example, Canada's agriculture and energy sectors are ranked as the 5th largest exporters in the world, while our fertilizer industry ranks as the 3rd largest global producer and the #1 producer of potash fertilizer. All three sectors are considered among the most innovative and sustainable in the world. And Canada can play a vital role within North America to help meet the growing demand among our international partners for the 3 F's: food, fuel, and fertilizer. I'd argue that at this critical point in world history, it's not only an opportunity, but an obligation for us to do so. The current moment also presents an important opportunity for North American partnership at a time when many in the international community are acting urgently to lessen their dependence on non-market economies like China. Renee alluded earlier to the fact that increasingly we're talking about what we share together as industrialized democracies. And I want to come back to that, I hope, in the discussion section a little bit later, because I do believe that there is an existential contest taking place between systems today, and that we have to understand that, and that we should be working together with people who share our values to strengthen our position in the world as democracies. Now, here the case of critical minerals is instructive. According to the 2021 G7 Global Economic Resilience Report, China accounts for 80% of the US's rare earth elements imports, as well as 98% of the EU's rare earth element imports. To mitigate the risks posed by the current geographical concentration of the production and processing of many critical minerals, countries around the world are looking for reliable and sustainable alternative sources of these essential materials. Given our enormous resource wealth, Canada is exceptionally well placed to secure a more sustainable and resilient supply of critical minerals for North America and for other democratic nations. President Biden's recently announced $250 million in Defense Production Act funding available to Canadian critical minerals mining and processing companies is an important development that speaks to the growing recognition that a collaborative North American approach is needed on this front. It is true that China today is the world's largest manufacturer and trading nation. However, it's also the case that as of 2020, the combined real gross domestic product of the USMCA countries is roughly 30% of global GDP, which is larger than China's, as well as larger than that of the European Union. Although all three USMCA countries have their own foreign policies and national security objectives, we share a common interest in ensuring the availability of key materials and the resilience of supply chains. By deepening North American trading ties, the USMCA can serve as an important counterweight to China's trade and manufacturing dominance, particularly in key supply chains like critical minerals, batteries, and pharmaceuticals. In the competition between competing political and economic systems, our three market-based democracies are much stronger when we stand together than if we try to face the challenge alone. USMCA has provided a solid foundation for building our collective future prosperity, for what George Shultz called, in his words, the North American global powerhouse. However, the opportunity for North American leadership on the international stage will require ambition and action from all three of us to realize the agreement's full potential. As has been mentioned, as mandated by USMCA Article 34.7, the three countries will be sitting down in 2026 for the first six-year review of the agreement. The upcoming review should be used not only as a tool to assess how the agreement has been doing, but also as a mechanism for evaluating areas and sectors where we can strengthen trade and enhance our citizens' prosperity. Now, there are many opportunities for intelligently deepening North American economic collaboration. And I want to briefly cover a few areas that are priorities for businesses and that might be considered low-hanging fruit. At the North American Leaders Summit in January of this year, all three North American leaders agreed to cooperate on a range of supply chain-related initiatives, focusing in particular on semiconductors and on critical minerals. There's an immense opportunity to leverage USMCA to similarly strengthen supply chain integration. Where there are known vulnerabilities in current supply chains, whether in raw material extraction, manufacturing, or even transportation, the existing framework of USMCA provides a strong basis for a friendshoring agenda that bolsters North American manufacturing capacity, economic security, and overall competitiveness. Now, regulations are an important but overlooked source of friction and inefficiency when it comes to trade. The legal and institutional framework provided under the USMCA should be leveraged to bolster regulatory alignment in strategic sections among the three countries. By aligning technical regulations and standards, and by instituting mutual recognition covering new supply chains in important areas like batteries, EV components, and semiconductors, we can minimize unnecessary costs and enhance the competitiveness of trade within North America. We can also do much more to both strengthen security and reduce friction at our borders for legitimate goods and travelers, which is essential to North American economic competitiveness. USMCA partners should work to develop a shared agenda on borders, particularly in light of the experience during the pandemic where border closures by all governments were uncoordinated, leading to delays and to confusion. All three governments should look for ways to expand trusted traveler programs like Nexus and FAST to allow low-risk travelers and goods to pass across borders more efficiently and with enhanced security. Better coordinating our border management and improving customs procedures will help us build more resilient supply chains. In advance of the review, all three governments should appoint a joint task force to explore these and other areas for deeper collaboration. Our goal should not be to circumscribe trade or even to simply hold on to what we have now, but to enhance and to strengthen it to the benefit of all of our citizens. Now, for these efforts to be successful, our leaders have to recognize that businesses and not governments are on the front lines of global commerce. Businesses are intimately aware of the intricacies of their supply chains. They must be fully engaged to ensure that economic policies are properly aligned with business realities. We know that there are risks, though, as we approach 2026, risks that involve growing protectionism on the part of countries. And the great competition increasingly between countries today, or that we see within countries, is not between left and right, but between people who believe in open societies and people who believe in closed societies. People who see the rest of the world as an opportunity, or people who see it as a threat. We should see it as an opportunity, and we should be looking for ways to take down barriers. And we should be saying to those people within our societies who argue that we should be turning inward and building walls, that while their motivations may be good, what they're proposing is wrong, and that we will not accept it, that we want to move ahead to continue to grow our economies and to create a situation where all of us are stronger than we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, a genuine North American partnership is greater than the sum of its parts. This is important today as we assess the results of USMCA, but it was understood well before the inception of NAFTA. I was there in 1987 when President Reagan addressed the Canadian Parliament. Here's how he spoke about Prime Minister Mulroney's proposal for a Canada-US Free Trade Agreement. This is what he said. To those who would hunker down behind barriers to fight a destructive and self-defeating round of trade battles, Canada and the United States will show the positive way. We will overcome the impulse of economic isolationism with a brotherly embrace, an embrace that is not too much to hope, that may someday extend throughout the Americas and ultimately encompass all free nations. We can look forward to the day when the free flow of trade from the southern reaches of Tierra del Fuego to the northern outposts of the Arctic Circle unites the people in the Western Hemisphere in a bond of mutually beneficial exchange, when all borders become what the Canada-US border, what the US-Canadian border so long has been, a meeting place and not a dividing line. Today, the three partners must not lose sight of the importance of the North American idea, the strength and the shared prosperity that are born from a renewed unity of purpose and from closer collaboration through USMCA offer the promise of a brighter future for all of our citizens. We can't afford that to be lost. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all three panelists for such a wonderful introduction and discussing again these concerns. And there were very many common themes, I think, across all three presentations. So I think I wanted to start with this idea of nearshoring, friendshoring, reshoring, ally shoring. During the pandemic, I think all of us, anyone who tried to order a piece of furniture, experienced the global supply chain crisis. Post-pandemic, for example, the Biden administration ordered a review of US supply chains with the aim of understanding the reliance or thinking about ways to reduce reliance on Chinese production for critical inputs. So we saw both the very strong network, global network of trade, the very large focus on countries that are trading with the US, as well as this discussion across all three presentations of the critical national security of having supply chain security. So I wondered if we could start with just a little bit more of a discussion. In which ways do you think the supply chain process has changed? In which ways do you see the USMCA providing a template for that for each of the countries? Should we be heading ideally towards closed supply chains in the North America, or do we envision something where there's some part of the USMCA that's in collaboration with the broader economy? So I would like to hear from each of the panelists to talk a little bit about this question with respect to both each of the three countries and then also the broader topics that we touched
You're
upon.
looking for a yes or no on that?
Yes or no. So maybe starting with Gerardo.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think it's very important to discuss this issue of the disruption of the global value chains and how that affected the economy. And it was particularly evident with the pandemics. And let me just give you one number, which I think it always strikes me as a very significant representation of what happened with the pandemics. The cost of a container being shipped from China to the US increased by 16 times, not at the beginning of the pandemics, but in 2021. So when the economy started to reopen. So the economy started to reopen and the cost of shipping one container increased by 15 times. So that meant that, of course, that had a very important impact in the global value chain because you had to choose what to import from China because it was not as affordable as it used to be. And that was precisely when the economy was reopening. And that's just one example of how much the US economy was dependent on this specific country, not just to mention about the numbers that were discussed about these minerals, which is incredibly dependent, not just the US, but the whole world. So, trying to strengthen this global value chains, the resilience of this, that we cannot go again into a situation in which the production of very important goods and that help us in different dimensions will be broken again. And just because in one place something happens, as happened with the pandemics, and affected the whole lives of all of us, I think that's something that we have to reconsider, whether that's the way we want to go. And that's when I was talking about this need to reconsideration about food security, energy security, national security concerns, and so on, is when we need to think about how to go about that. Now, one way is to go in the protectionistic way, just to try to raise barriers against the rest of the economies or so. Other approaches include the regional approach. Just probably what we can do much easier is to increase our resilience in a regional dimension. That's what I think what we learn from this process. And this regional approach, I think, involves the three countries, because we have this combination of elements that will make us probably stronger. After all, I mean, we can depend on each other, but as long as we share values, as you said, as long as we have liberal democracies, as the three countries are, as long as we have probably different approaches in other dimensions, but if we share the more fundamental things about free trade, democracy, and so on and so forth, I think we can strengthen the whole region and making the value chains more resilient if we go ahead together in the way in which was just described. Probably, I think, was a very good description of.
So this idea of shared democratic values, I think both Renee and Perrin alluded to in the talk. So I'd love to hear a little more about how this fits into this challenge of global supply chains.
So on global supply chains, I just want to completely double down on Perrin's point that it's a matter of business. Governments have no business talking about global supply chains. Typically, when I start hearing politicians talking about global supply chains, I sort of shake my head. But the reality is there is some coordination to be done on, for example, ensuring that you can have your furniture. I'm not sure if you tried to order a refrigerator or a stove lately. It's something like 18 months lead time. I got really lucky this weekend. My fridge broke down. Everyone was telling me 18 months. Someone happened to have a model that was out of stock right there. So this is about business, but at the same time, there's a role for government to coordinate with business to ensure these supply chains are working properly. And as these supply chains have gotten more, to be global, that's also not going anywhere, right? Companies are always going to be seeking the lowest cost sources for their products. As long as that's true, companies are always going to be looking across borders. As long as that's true, governments will be implicated. And so going back to what I discussed about having these deeper trading agreements have to account for supply chains, and as a result, they have to be done in coordination with businesses. So there's been a typical sort of rivalry between business and government, and those days have to be over when we're talking about trade. We have to be talking about business and government together working on trade. And not only big business, not only the traditional sectors, we have to be talking about business all along the supply chain. When we talk about semiconductor supply chains, again, it's almost comical listening to policymakers talk about supply chains. They think supply chains are all about foundries. You can build all the foundries you want. If you have no electrical engineers, you are not going to be able to use those foundries. If you don't have the boards to attach these semiconductors to, these foundries are useless. So you have to be talking to those businesses that actually know what they're doing when it comes to supply chains. And that's something that governments have to do, but the companies also have a responsibility to approach these governments and engage them in these conversations. So I'll stop there.
And I think, Perrin, I'd be very interested to hear both follow up on this as well as coming back to this idea of the importance of shared democratic values that you sort of wanted to highlight as one of the benchmarks of the USMCA partnership.
Let me look at a couple of aspects of the questions you've asked. The first is going back to COVID. COVID taught us both about the fragility of supply chains and about the resilience. It's quite extraordinary that supply chains worked as well as they did under the pandemic, where it could have been absolutely disastrous, where none of us knew what to expect. Having said that, I think it should cause each of us to take a look at where were the fragilities that were shown there. How do we shore that up? I would argue in Canada, as a former defense minister, that when we talk about national security and we talk about our defense industrial base shared with the United States, that we're talking about what is it that we need to be able to produce here at home or in conjunction with our allies to be able to provide for our security in case of a conflict. I'd like to see us define national security more broadly, not simply in terms of how do we avoid somebody attacking us in a war, but rather security against pandemics, security against natural disasters, security against a range of other issues, including climate change. And we need to ask ourselves, and I'm an advocate of globalization. I believe very strongly, and I agree entirely with Renee, that business is going to be looking for where can they get a secure, low cost source of supply. That will always be the goal. But secure is the important element there. And increasingly, companies and countries are going to need to look at how do we ensure that we have the security of supply at the time that we need it. And there are many ways in which you can do it. You can stockpile. You can diversify your sources of supply. You're not getting it all from China, you're going to Vietnam or to Bangladesh or some other country to source it. Or you can build it at home, or you can near source it, or friendshore it. There are many ways of doing that, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution to that. Let's come back to the question of values and of democracies. As we're sitting here today, our leaders are at the B7 in Hiroshima. They're talking about adding more sanctions against Russia, using an economic tool, the marketplace, to punish Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. The simple fact is that globalization, as we had come to know it during the 80s and 90s, the early part of the 21st century, now is a thing of the past. We're seeing increasingly that political factors and political alliances are reshaping the nature of the global economy. And this means that it is going to be even more important for us, who are democracies, to look at how we shore up the industrial base of the industrialized democracies. And we should start here at home in North America. It is a competition with China. Let's not kid ourselves about that. They don't play by the same rules as our countries play by. And anything that we can do to shore up our economic strength and competitiveness is something which will be beneficial to our three countries. And again, my argument is not that we circle the wagons. It's not that we pull back from the rest of the world, but it's that we look to see what we can do here at home to strengthen our countries and to make them more competitive.
Can I have a follow-up? So just a follow-up on the democratic values in China and Russia. So there's a connection between these democratic values and the market orientation of these countries. In a country such as China, where it's a non-market economy, the government really is at will to interfere in, and I use that word, I should say, engage with the business. It's really difficult to separate what's happening in the government from what's happening in businesses. This is not true in the market economies with which we trade for the most part. We can figure out what is a government policy, what a subsidy actually looks like, and what is actually going on in the market economy. So these shared democratic values are sort of intertwined with these market ideals. And let's not kid ourselves. We all countries do something on the order of intervening or getting involved with businesses. And the more we do that transparently, and that's what I think these allies, these democratic countries do, we try to do this more and more transparently, is the better we can actually coordinate. And so the distinction is really between countries where we cannot see what's happening in the economy and with the markets, and countries where we can.
And I'd go a step further to say the distinction is between countries that believe in the rule of law,
yes,
whether in a political sense or in an economic sense, and those who do not.
I agree.
And when you're dealing with a country that will trump up bogus claims that for example, foodstuffs being shipped to them are somehow deficient, so they can put an impediment in the way, and where they confuse their domestic audience on that, and where they use economic tools to gain as a tool of political leverage against us. I think we have to be aware of that, and we have to be prepared to respond to that. I am very comfortable trading globally with any country that believes in the rule of law. But with countries that do not, we put ourselves at risk.
So I think it's important to think both about the support and the alliances globally, but a big component, and this is coming back to that poll I alluded to at the start. You know, in the U.S. currently, it's just over half, 61% of people view foreign trade as an opportunity for the country. A big part of this is, of course, is understanding the potential downsides or concerns about loss of jobs. And the USMCA had a large component of labor rights. So coming back to sort of ask how effective have the labor rights included in USMCA been in countries? A lot of the focus was on improving conditions in Mexico and thinking about inequality, but also on thinking about understanding the impacts on both the US and the Canadian economy.
Well, this thing with labor provisions in the agreement, I think was interesting because it was originally it was seen as a way to reduce the risk of what was perceived as an unfair competition by having low wages, lowest labor standards, and so on in Mexico, particularly in Mexico, of course. But right now, the idea of including this provision on the labor segment in general of the agreement, I think was received differently in this occasion, because there was this combination of interest coming from the U.S., in the idea of trying to improve the conditions of workers and the labor sector in Mexico, but also with the new administration that also wanted to do something about it. I mean, the new administration of López Obrador was much more concerned probably about this, what was happening with labor, with unions and so on, in many dimensions, including the representativeness, whether they were actually working in favor of workers and so on, but also in terms of wages, for example. This administration has basically doubled down minimum wages in real terms in 4 years. So all this happened to coincide the vision of the government, on the one hand, in terms of protecting workers as well and increasing their rights and so on, with the demand that was coming from the U.S. So I think it was a good coincidence in that sense. And as far as I understand, this mechanism that we were mentioning before about the rapid response mechanism has been working pretty well, so that when someone here in the U.S. claims that something is not working well in a facility in Mexico, the Mexican government has to respond very rapidly and trying to show that is either happening or not happening, or doing something about it. And that seems to be working pretty well as far as I understand. So, which is good for both workers in Mexico, of course, but also good in the sense that people here feels like it's being treated fairly, and that there is no unfair competition in terms of having lower standards in Mexico and things like that. So that's what has been happening, and I think it was good in the sense that coincided that in time these two administrations with similar views of what to do about that, and with a government that doesn't have the idea, probably from previous administrations, that the way to compete was by having lower wages.
Yeah.
So that's not the way to compete,
So
clearly.
can I just sort of riff on that, and going back to even the democratic values. So this is really nice that in the US, they're also trying to sort of reduce this inequality. So there are these famous papers by Gordon Hanson and co-authors that show how much trade with China had affected manufacturing workers negatively. And so that is part of why the rapid response mechanism came about from the US side. And it's kind of nice that it's, there's a complementary impetus on the Mexican side. So this rapid response mechanism is becoming the template for other trading agreements. So the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the America's Partnership for Economic Progress, these agreements are also looking to this rapid response mechanism. And it comes back to this idea, do we really care about labor? If we're thinking about countries that are quite fine exploiting their labor, then these might not be the countries that we're engaging with in trade.
Mm-hmm. And we hear a lot, I think, a lot of this focus, just in the last minute or so before we open up the floor, a lot of the economic debate in the US is very relevant. It's obviously been a big part of some of the big political changes we've had over the last few years. How is this debate seen in Canada with the trade-off, or is there a trade-off between trade, domestic manufacturing, labor rights?
Not labor rights per se. I think there was a concern in Canada that when we entered into NAFTA, that we would have an uneven playing field there, that we simply wouldn't be competitive because of lower wage rates in Mexico. But in principle, our goal is simply, let's take down the barriers and let's allow business to compete. And all of us will benefit from that as a consequence. It's interesting, when we entered into the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, I was part of the government that brought that in. I was in cabinet at that time. And a majority of Canadians, the 1988 election was fought on the issue of free trade. And there was a famous ad where the Liberal Party showed two people sitting at a negotiating table. There was the poor Canadian, there was the American with French cuffs with expensive cufflinks on, saying there's just one line in the agreement that we want to change. and he erased the Canada-US border. You can imagine the passion that there was with people who genuinely believed that everything that made us unique as Canadian would be lost if we entered into a free trade agreement with the United States. And many Canadian business people were afraid that when we entered into an agreement with a country 10 times our size, that we would lose. The effect, in fact, of the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement has been to create jobs and prosperity for all of us. And far from derogating in any way from our sovereignty as nations, this is what sovereign nations do, where there's mutual interest in working together. In the same way as companies or universities work together to mutual benefit, so do countries. All of us being strengthened as a result of this, and as a result today, although there was this fierce battle in 1988, all of the political parties in Canada support the continuance of USMCA because we recognize that it's good for all of us.
Which is exactly what happened also in Mexico. It was a big debate when NAFTA was enacted. Now everybody agrees on the pertinence of continuing with USMCA.
And I think that's true. I was looking, I didn't have most up-to-date numbers, but the sort of baseline support in both Canada and the Mexico for NAFTA before the changes was much higher than the baseline support in US. So I think this is very interesting to think about. Let's open up now the floor for questions. What I think we'll do is let's take maybe two or three questions, and then we'll give the panelists a chance to respond to those. Just a public service announcement. The questions would be wonderful to be short and to the point so that we can hear more from the panelists. So we'll collect three questions and then we'll answer them together.
Yeah, thank you for putting this on and for your insightful comments. I wanted to know what the panelists thought about these proposals to expand USMCA. We've heard some lawmakers mention it. Even Costa Rica, for example, has proposed, getting let into it. I believe Ecuador's wanted a similar FTA, and yeah, I wanted to see what y'all thought about that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, why don't we start answering that one as we go? So, expanding USMCA outside North America to other countries.
So I can start. As a trade economist, I'm going to say yeah. As a political economist, I'm going to say we got to be careful. From an economic perspective, we always want to expand trade. And including more countries in trading agreements, you're just bound to get more efficiencies. Now, the question with USMCA starts to become, do you start including more issues that will start to include more frictions in getting to an agreement, in maintaining the agreement, particularly as USMCA now has, as they mentioned, this expiration clause. So every 6 years, USMCA is up for renegotiation. The experience we saw with the WTO is that, with 164 countries, you get to an impasse really quickly. So there is a sort of balance between keeping the numbers relatively small so you can continue with agreement, and North America really does have a track record of being cooperative, versus really getting the opportunity to expand trade. So those are my 2 cents.
I end up in exactly the same place, but I'll, instead of simply saying I agree, I'll drag it out a little bit. Canada is a member of USMCA. We have CETA with Europe. We are members of CPTP, whatever the heck it is. It was Canada that changed the name on that and insisted on these incomprehensible acronyms. And so in principle, my position would be, come on in, the water is fine. The problem is, as it relates to USMCA, we shouldn't assume, we shouldn't take for granted that it's going to be continued. You have a presidential election next year in the United States. There's a presidential election in Mexico as well. All countries are going to have to agree in 2026 to allow it to go on. I hope they will do that. That's not guaranteed. And as Renee was saying, if we make it more complex than it is today, we run the risk of losing what we have today, and would be my one concern. I do share the vision that President Reagan talked about a free trade zone of the whole of the Western Hemisphere, and then beyond that. But we also have to live with the art of the possible, which is how do we ensure that we maintain what we have today, and how do we strengthen it and deepen it?
Yeah, thank you. Do we have other questions? Well, if not, I can ask another question. We're talking about the future of the USMCA, and I think as a couple of the presentations alluded to, and one of the critiques at the time of implementing the USMCA was the lack of focus on climate change provisions, how we think about, obviously, climate change and being an increasingly important public policy change going forward. So what sort of changes or what ways might USMCA expand or grow to incorporate climate change, either in future revisions or as we want to think about goals for the link between trade, production, and the environment?
Well, I'll start just by saying that I think the presentation by Calixto was very important in this discussion, because I think it shows, because NatBank was created precisely to address some of these issues, particularly at the border. Of course, when we are concerned about climate change, we are thinking about the whole area, not just the border. But this is just a good example. We can start putting more resources into NatBank, because problems at the border are not but just growing, in this dimension. And there are many issues there that we can address. So, so one of the things that I would say is that we can start by thinking of getting into more details about the climate change challenge that we have, is by enhancing NatBank, seeing what can we do not just at the local levels, but also at the regional level, which is something that we have explored probably very little. And I think with an institution like NatBank, as I said, there are a large number of issues that were just described, but these issues of water are critical, I think, in general. This is something that has been discussed for many, many years, but hasn't actually been solved, and I think that's a critical issue. Concerns about climate change also had this discussion. In Mexico, we have this discussion also about whether the nearshoring and so on should concentrate along the border or should spread out most to the rest of the country, because in the rest of the country we might have probably a better factor endowments conditions that could actually be better for the relocation of activities, particularly those who are intensively use of water, for example. So all these kind of things has to be discussed in the context of the review of the agreement in 2026. But I think this is something that we should spend much more time and resources as well. It's not just a matter of discussing the concerns about that and saying publicly that we are concerned about that, but also we have to put money there, otherwise it's going to be just a speech.
Can I say something just real short on this? So climate change is affecting everyone. It's a global public good. USMCA will have to confront it at some point. And all these other trade agreements are taking it on now. The template for how all agreements are going to address climate change are being written now. So most likely USMCA will be following that template.
I agree, but I guess I would add to that USMCA isn't our primary instrument for achieving net zero in 2050. We have to ensure that it removes impediments to our achieving it, but it's not our primary instrument. And we have to be very careful to make sure that we don't enter into green protectionism.
Absolutely.
Either through subsidies or through tariffs. And the temptation there is strong, and we're seeing it in many countries today.
Mm-hmm. I think we have a question at the front.
Hi, wonderful panel and a lot of wonderful points, but this is a unique audience you're speaking to. So I'd like to think so anyway. Who shoulders the responsibility for communicating to the populace, to the electorate, these kind of complicated deals? Because I think what we've seen is if you don't do that, I'll use a radically different example, which is Britain dealing with Brexit. If you don't communicate, if you communicate, try and communicate the benefits, the complexities, this has to happen, that has to happen to the population in the same way that you would communicate it to policymakers or economists, it doesn't usually go well. So who has that responsibility, thinking about the future and where you want to go?
So I can answer for the US. It's pretty easy. Everyone and no one. Everyone has something to say in their self-interest. No one is thinking about the big picture, and the people who do, like academics, well, you know, we don't really have the incentive to go and talk to everybody. So if you want to create that incentive, someone wants to put money behind that, sure.
Renee and I agree too much. That's but the same thing applies in Canada as well. Let me reframe this a bit. We have to start talking about the idea of North America. If you were to go outside onto the street here today and ask people, who's a North American? The answer would be somebody who lives in North America. You get the same answer in Ottawa or in Mexico City, I suspect. That's very different from Europe, where they created a project where being European and being German isn't contradictory. It's part of the same personality at the end of the day. That was lost ultimately in Britain, unfortunately, which is why Britain has this self-inflicted wound today. We need to go beyond simply the dollars and cents mechanics of USMCA to be talking about why a strategic partnership among our three countries is critical for all of us and how we all benefit from this. And I think we have to inject a moral argument to that as well in terms of the protection of our democracies and the rising living standards in all three countries, which are so important. Whose responsibility is? It's everybody's. We leave it to the politicians in our three countries. They will look at it very narrowly. Unfortunately, just talking about Canada and the United States right now, a bilateral relationship that was strategic at the time we created the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, where the two leaders would spend political capital to help each other, has become transactional. When the relationship becomes transactional, the types of things that we're talking about will lose out to domestic politics every single time. And we have to elevate the debate well beyond that.
May I add something on this? I don't know who should do it, but I can tell you who has done it, at least in the case of Mexico. And there the business sector has been very vocal in terms of explaining the reasons behind why we should continue engaging into this free trade agreement with the US and Canada, and opinion leaders and so on. And that has changed significantly the discussion about free trade in Mexico. From a situation back in the late 1980s, early 1990s, in which people saw the possibility of engaging in this trade agreement with something like similar to like an invasion of the US to Mexico in terms of investments and flow and things like that. Now everybody sees the trade agreement as something positive, even though it hasn't delivered, I must say that, the promises of the original agreement. Now everybody sees the benefits of that, and I think, as I said, the business sector in general has spread a lot of the words of that, has spoken with the political leaders to explain the benefits of that, and opinion leaders in general, so, and academics as well. So that's what has been happening in Mexico, and now you see a completely different approach to USMCA than the one we had when NAFTA was just being discussed back in the 1990s.
Okay, so unfortunately we're out of time. So let me just ask each of the panelists, we want to, of course, very much thank you. Just to give us your last 1 word, 2 words, what is the most important factor for you, in your opinion, to ensure that the USMCA does have a future? So just 1 or 2 words, and then we'll sort of wrap up. We're going to be followed by a break with plenty of time for discussion.
So I guess I would say stay focused on keeping trade open.
I would say ambition. Let's not simply try to hang on to what we have today. How can we deepen it, make it better, stronger?
yeah, I think by being together in this, I think we can get more resilient and stronger as economies and improve the well-being for our people in general.
Wonderful. So thank you again to our panelists. This was a delight. We now have a short break, and we'll come back with the second panel.
First thing. Yep. It's over there.
There's no sound in your presentation, right?
No.
Okay. There we go.
And let's see. We'll see that. Thank you.
Okay, so it's up. I see it on the monitor over there.
The most important thing, the reason I do it is
Got
so
it,
I
for your
can
notes.
To my notes. So let's see.
And we'll make your notes a little bigger too.
Yeah. So this is good. So
can-
make sure that they don't see it, right? They see
Yeah,
only the.
that's what they're going to see right there.
Wonderful. Oh, perfect. Oh, now I have to be. Ooh, now I see.
Yep.
It's perfect.
You can make that bigger if you want.
How do we do that?
Right there.
Okay, let's make it. Let me see. So
You can also move this up. So like it's like this. And you can also do like this. Right there.
Perfect.
So you can see more notes.
Let's make this up, and I can move this to even more
There
to
we go.
here,
There you
because
go.
I really don't need to see, because I think it's perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
So one of your panelists has slides. So
As soon as I'm gone, I'll just turn it off and
close that, and then the one panelist will use this remote.
So all I have to do is to just close it, close the laptop when I'm gone. When I'm done.
Yeah, I'll switch it
You'll
over.
Switch it over.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I'll
Thank
switch
you
it
so
over.
much.
But for the panelist, he'll use this one.
Perfect.
Okay.
Should I come and set up the microphone?
Yeah, let's get you mic up.
Yeah, only thing start my 10 minutes only when after I introduce the speaker,
that's what
so
I'll
that
do.
I have yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I'll have 5, 10, or
Sure.
5, 1, and stop.
Thank you so
and
much.
I'll do it for every single.
That's very nice. You keep us honest.
Yeah.
You keep us honest.
Unfortunately, they didn't give me a hook.
Yes,
but,
you should. You should poke us.
Yeah.
If we are not cooperative,
I might have to resort
You
to
might have
desperate
to- yes,
measures,
exactly.
yes.
You might have to resort to violence. There you are. Always the first in my book.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
How shall we sit? Sit wherever you're comfortable. All right. I think we are ready to start. Let's see that my slides will have okay, there you go. And of course, I have these translations that I will have to, it's always humbling to see how little the computer understands of what I'm saying. I always hope that actual people understand more of what I'm saying. Good. So I am very excited. Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this panel with 3 fabulous people on addressing the crisis on the US-Mexico border. So we have Ana Minyan, and we have Ben Hueso, and then we have Ambassador Carlos Gonzalez. Sorry for the pronunciation. I think that it's Gutierrez. Yes, yes. There you go. So Ana is my wonderful colleague here at the history department. She is a professor of history. She received recently the Andrew Carnegie Fellowship for Exceptional Scholars, Journalists, and Public Intellectuals. Her award-winning first book, Undocumented Lives, is something that everybody who is interested in immigration and in especially the immigration from Mexico to the US must read. And I cannot wait to the second book. How is your dissertation going, Anna, with the second book? I hear it's coming along well. I can't wait to read it, No Man's Land, A New History of Immigration Restriction. We also have Ben Hueso, who is really serving in office for, I think, a couple decades already in various positions. Right now serving as a council member with the California Delta Stewardship Council, was a member of the California State Senate for about a decade, since 2013 to 2022, was the chair of the California Latino Legislative Caucus, president of the San Diego City Council, served as a member of Tijuana's Border Affairs Committee, so know a thing or two about the situation there in the Mexico border. And then we have Ambassador Carlos, the Consul General of Mexico in San Diego since 2019, a real expert on Mexico community in the U.S. Since the mid '80s, I would say. The founding executive director of the Institute of Mexicans Abroad, the agency in charge of promoting ties and collaboration between Mexico and its diaspora. So we have a really wonderful panel today. I realize I didn't introduce myself. I am Ran Abramitsky. I am the professor here at the economics department and the senior associate dean for the social sciences at Stanford. And most importantly, in this forum, I'm a senior fellow at SIEPR. And then the way we thought of doing it is, I will just, I will give before we zoom in on the crisis in the US-Mexico border, I want to give a very brief historical perspective on immigration in the US and address 2 misconceptions Then I thought, each of the panelists will have like 10 minutes and they will speak, and then we'll have a little bit of a discussion. But I realized that this is a topic that many people have questions and about. So we would love to have discussions so you can think about already about the questions that you wanna ask. And these are basically what I'm showing you. They are based on my recent book with my long-term collaborator and friend, Leah Bustan from Princeton, a book that aims to bring data and long-term perspective on the immigration debate, which is often based on fear and on anecdotes rather than on evidence and facts. And the first misconception I want to address is that we are in the midst of an unprecedented flood of immigrants today. So the first point, I guess, is that we are not really in the midst of an unprecedented flood. Today, there are about 45 million people in the US who were born in another country. So about 1 in 7 residents, so about 14% of the US population. Now, is this the highest share of immigrants in the population, in the US population ever? The answer is no. During the age of mass migration between 1850 and 1914, immigrants accounted for 14% of the US population for 50 years. And then in the 1920s, this period of open border came to an end, first with a literacy test for entry to the US in 1917, followed by strict country-specific quotas that heavily favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe over immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. Then in the interwar period, we see little migration with some important exceptions like individuals displaced by World War II, the Bracero program, and so on. But by and large, we see little migration, and immigration remained low all the way until the 1960s, where immigrants became around 5% of the US population. Then the Immigration and Nationality Act, 1965, which came at the midst of the civil rights movement, abolished these quotas based on country of origin and increased immigration quotas substantially, today to something like 675,000 immigrant visas per year. But of course, the demand for immigration is larger than the supply of visas, and this gave rise to millions of undocumented immigrants, which is a concept that did not really exist in the past because almost all immigrants were legally authorized to enter. And when you think about where are immigrants from, if you looked at the US in the 1850s and 1860s, 90% of immigrants were from Northern and Western Europe, the British Isles, Scandinavian countries, Germany, and so on. The remainder, around 10%, was from the rest of the world, which at the time mostly meant Canada. Then starting in the 1890s, immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe started to come in larger numbers, so that, from Russia, Italy, so that by the time the border closed in the 1920s, about 40% of the immigrant stock was from Southern and Eastern Europe. And then today, of course, Europe is no longer a main sending region of immigrants to the United States, and it is in fact mostly a receiving region of immigrants, and 75% of immigrants to the US come from Latin America, mainly Mexico, and from Asia. The second point I want to make, the second misconception is that immigrants come from poverty and remain poor. So the second point I want to make is that immigrant families are not stuck as a permanent underclass here in the United States. Instead, and this is work, by the way, that Leah and I did with 2 of our former students, now professors, Lisa Giacome and Santiago Perez, what we find is that the children of immigrants have always been very upwardly mobile, even when they grow up in poverty. In fact, especially when they grow up in poverty. And so, for example, consider what happens when we compare children raised in families with similarly low earnings. So let's focus today on children growing up at the 25th percentile of the income distribution. That would put you today at something like $31,000 per year. So think about it as the 2 spouses work for full-time for minimum wage jobs. And for the past, we use linked census data that we created, linking censuses over time and following individuals over time. For the present day, we use tax records from the Opportunity Insight or the general social surveys. And the figure that you see here shows how high in the income rank children growing up in poor families ended up reaching later in life. Okay, so this is for children born in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Why do we look at that cohort? Because we need enough time for these children to grow up and have a career of their own when we look at them today. And so, for example, the US-born children growing up at the 25th percentile of the income distribution ended up reaching to the 45th percentile when they grew up. That's the purple point over there. And every point here in the graph represents the immigrants from a different country for the 45 large countries around the world today. And so I guess two takeaways that I want you to take from this picture. The first striking takeaway is that as a group, the children of immigrants achieve more upward mobility than the children of US-born parents, reaching the 51st percentile on average as opposed to the 45th percentile. The second notable takeaway from this chart is that the children of poor immigrants from nearly every sending country are more upwardly mobile than the children of the US-born. So even children growing up to parents in very poor countries like Nigeria and Laos outperform the children of the US-born raised in similarly poor households. Even children of immigrants from Central American countries like Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua that are often demonized for contributing to the crisis at the southern border move up faster than the children of US-born, landing in the middle of the pack right next to children growing up in poor households in Canada. And the third takeaway, and I'll stop here, is that this mobility advantage of the children of immigrants is just as strong today as it was in the past. So the children of immigrants from Mexico and the Dominican Republic today are just as upwardly mobile as the children of Swedes and Danes 100 years ago. And so this is all to say that the short-term perspective that politicians tend to take when they look at the next election cycle tend to undermine immigrant success. When you look at immigrants when they just arrive, there are, they are not very quickly moves from rags to riches, as the myth would suggest. Many of them end up working in in manual occupations for their entire life, but their children are doing very well. So when we take a long-term perspective, looking at past immigrant groups and at the children of immigrants, we find that the children of immigrants are doing remarkably well. So this is just to put this in a little bit broader historical context when we move to talk about the financial crisis, the crisis on the crisis, or you will tell me if it's a crisis on the Mexico border today. So I think I'll just stop here, and I'll call Anna to give us a presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. Okay, so let me start by telling you the story of Alejandra Ramirez. Ramirez was a migrant who sought to come to the United States and hired smugglers to help her do so. The journey was, as she recalled years later, horrifying. They crossed about 7 people, and they made us walk for 3 days, she said. At one point, the migrants had to cross a river, but the current was so strong that it dragged one of them away. Still, the group had to continue. It did so for 2 more hours when immigration officials saw the group and apprehended the migrants. Alejandra's story displays many of the features identified with crossing the US-Mexico border
without papers, hiring coyotes, traversing through unknown territory, wading a dangerous river, and being caught and deported. But Ramirez's story did not take place in the US-Mexico boundary. It took place in the state of Veracruz, which is 330 miles away. Ramirez was a Guatemalan transmigrant, and the officials who caught her and then deported her belonged to Mexico's migratory services. Ramirez's experiences were not unique. Since the 1980s, the United States has pressured Mexican officials to convert their country into a buffer zone where Central Americans have been interdicted before they ever reached the US-Mexico border. This conference, of course, is about the US-Mexico border, but I argue that when it comes to migration, we can consider this border to extend much further south. So let me discuss how it was that the United States came to offshore migration control to Mexico and the implications that this has had. In the 1980s, civil wars erupted throughout Central America, and it led to thousands of people to flee north. It was in this moment that US policymakers decided that rather than try to only apprehend migrants here, they would try to make to convert Mexico into a border zone where migrants would be stopped and would not ever reach the US-Mexico border. But the question was, how could they convince Mexican officials to help? Well, US policymakers had a very strong bargaining chip, and that was Mexicans' own migration to the United States. Since the 1970s, the Mexican government had come to see the migration of its own citizens, even when it took place illegally, as beneficial to the country. US Secretary of State George Shultz used this information to persuade Mexican authorities to enter into a Faustian bargain. In 1983, he told Mexico's leaders that if Central Americans kept coming to the United States, the US government would further fortify the US-Mexico border. And this, of course, would not just stop Central Americans, but also Mexicans. Terrified at this prospect, Schultz's counterpart at the meeting replied that Mexican authorities would be willing to help solve the Central American refugee problem as best they could. Allowing the US to dictate its immigration policies, or who could enter and move through the country, meant that Mexico effectively lost its territorial sovereignty. And yet, it was willing to do so. After the meeting with Schultz, Mexico began policing Central Americans' routes north much more strongly. As time went on and US pressure continued on Mexico, the deportations of Central Americans in Mexico actually reached higher levels than the deportations of Central Americans by the United States. For instance, between 2002 and 2017, Mexico deported nearly 1.9 million Central Americans back to their home countries. 1.9. The United States, 1.1 million. Indeed, the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations continued to pressure Mexico's leaders to take responsibility for restricting Central American migration. So did, of course, the Trump administration, but it did so in a completely new way. First, Trump introduced the Remain in Mexico policy, which allowed US authorities to send asylum seekers to Mexico, and asylum seekers had to wait there while their adjudication process was taking place. Now, how did Trump manage to coerce Mexican policymakers to accept that. Trump threatened to impose a 25% tariff on all Mexican imports. Trump continued this strategy, or this type of strategy, when COVID broke out. And he did so by introducing Title 42, which allowed the government to swiftly deport migrants without even allowing them the possibility to ask for asylum. US efforts to offshore migration control to Mexico have increased dramatically the dangers and human rights abuses refugees face. As crossing Mexico became harder, Central Americans came to traverse through more dangerous terrains and to depend on smugglers to cross them. The hazards they face, their lack of documentation, and their obvious reluctance to ask for help from Mexican officials subjected them to exponentially more violence. They were regularly robbed, sexually assaulted, and even killed. Just to give you an example, by 2016, most Central American women who were about to start the journey would take birth control before ever setting out because they knew that the likelihood that they would be raped was so high. Corruption in Mexico also increased. To be able to cross the country, trans migrants had to pay mordidas or bribes to state officials, including to migration authorities, to the state and federal police, and to members of the army. They also had to pay bribes to everyday citizens. For instance, bus drivers would charge them more, they had to pay for them. And most dangerous of all, trans migrants had to pay gangs and cartels. In 2010, the bodies of 72 Central Americans who had refused to pay such extortion fees to a criminal ring were found in one of the largest mass graves. Similarly, the Remain in Mexico policy in Title 42 also dramatically increased the human rights violations against Central American migrants and other migrants by now, including Haitians. Those who sought asylum in the United States often waited in tent camps in northern Mexico where murder, rape, and torture and kidnapping occurred regularly. Last week, Title 42 finally came to an end. But America's efforts to offshore migration to Mexico remain intact. Indeed, right before the law came to an end, the Mexican government agreed to Biden's demand that it increase its efforts to apprehend trans migrants and accept 30,000 of all those that the United States deported. The United States has tried and tested the strategy of offshoring migration control since the 1980s. If the goal was to stop most non-Mexican migrants from reaching the United States, it failed. Over the years, transmigration has increased dramatically. As of today, encounters with migrants at the border are at records high. And of course, the strategy has come at tremendously high costs. By trying to curtail transmigration, Mexico saw two of its biggest problems increase dramatically: violence and corruption. And worst of all, there were the horrific abuses trans migrants came to face. Since 2014, migrants activists have come to denounce all of Mexico, not just as a buffer zone, but have decried it as Mexico is a migrant cemetery. It is time to end this inhumane strategy. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this wonderful dialogue. And I just want to commend Stanford and the State of the West Symposium that's being put on today as such important to adding to this conversation and this dialogue. It's such an important venue here today and such an important subject. You know, as a former legislator, you know, I always thought it would be important that if we work on passing laws, that those laws do specifically what we're trying to accomplish, that they be transparent and that they succeed at solving whatever social problem that law is trying to accomplish. And if it doesn't, there's no use for it. And it's always good to look at history and how our country has sought to create laws to achieve certain goals and whether they achieve them or not. And when it comes to immigration, the U.S. has an enormous body of work in immigration, and there's much to analyze and much to look at. And can we learn from the past as to whether these laws are helpful in achieving whatever the objectives we're trying to achieve? If you consider that between 1783 and 2019, 86 million people came into the country. We're looking at a pretty large swath of time. 86 million immigrants have entered the U.S. We can all say that all of us that were born in the U.S. somehow are part of that diaspora, that we may have someone in our history that was part of those 86 million that entered the United States. The first immigration law that was passed in the United States was right around the time the country was born. In 1790, the first legislation was passed, and it was designed specifically to allow free white persons to become citizens of the U.S., and we're talking about immigrants coming into the country. Only free white persons could become. And that was designed to do two things: to prevent people of African origin, which at the time were slaves, and Native Americans from ever gaining U.S. citizenship. And you could think how kind of odd that is, that a people and a nation that were already inhabitants of America were denied U.S. citizenship. And of course, during that time saw enormous growth in the slave population that made people nervous, and they wanted to take action on that. And if you think about what happened there in our history, what ended up happening in that process where Native Americans were denied citizenship and outright the laws that followed that included genocide for many tribes in America, it's interesting to note that that law from 1790 stood in place until 1924, which is the first date Native Americans could consider themselves Americans. And following that, they still could not practice their language or their culture. They were denied by statute in practicing their culture, their religion, and their language until that law remained in place until 1978. So it wasn't until 1978 in America that Native Americans could practice their culture and their language. Think about if borders are designed to protect the people within them, the cultures, the nations, the safety. The borders of America did not protect this important nation of people, the Native Americans, and with all their cultures. And to this day, the government is still spending money on trying to recover that culture. That may not be possible now. A lot of languages have lost, a lot of tribes have been lost, a lot have been exterminated. And the cost of that to taxpayers, to our economy, to our society, is probably not even measurable. As for the slaves, they remained uncitizens even after the 14th Amendment passed in through their emancipation in 1864. They were not allowed to be considered citizens. They achieved the vote through the 14th Amendment in 1968 before they actually got their citizenship in 1870. And we know kind of how that went in our history, all the way through the civil rights and the tremendous damage that caused. If you consider that that first law in 1790 created an enormous impact on what could one day turn the country into a civil war that led to the deaths of 620,000 soldiers that fought in that civil war, basically to pay for the price of that law. And these were the children of and the grandchildren of the people that may put these laws into effect. In America, we didn't start really regulating Latin Americans entering the country until 1965, that was mentioned. So literally before 1965, as my father had entered in 1949, he entered legally, went to the border, asked for a permit to enter. They gave it to him immediately. He came into the country, worked legally, and decided he liked it. He said, I'm going to stay. In 1953, he applied for citizenship and got it immediately. It wasn't until 1965 that changed. I say this generally from my perspective as a legislator. When I got elected to California, there were a lot of laws that were passed during the 1990s. And when you consider Ronald Reagan was the governor of California, became the president, and got elected and said, you know what, I'm going to do something to address the amount of immigrants in the country. And through Simpson-Rodino in 1986, created what was a pretty large process of approving. About 60,000 undocumented immigrants were now legal in the U.S. And he put in some laws in there saying, this will be the end. For in the future, now companies need to regulate this and report to the government and not be able to hire anybody. So there was a combination of laws that he put in. But following that, even after that, an additional 5 million people came into the country following that. So it is estimated approximately that the population grew in the United States from 5 million undocumented immigrants in 1986 to 11.1 million in 2013. So that law didn't specifically accomplish that. But following Ronald Reagan, in a state like California that was a red state, and I mean that in terms of prior to Reagan, there was only probably 2 or 3 Democratic governors since the beginning of the state. This was very clearly a red state. And following Reagan, by admitting more immigrants, I think there were a lot of people that got their citizenship thanks to him and were very strong supporters. It wasn't really till Pete Wilson came in and introduced kind of a slurry of anti-immigrant laws in California, several, including Proposition 189, and there were just quite a bit that mobilized the Latino Hispanic community in California to work against him. And that was the seed that was planted in California that made a lot of Latinos move over to the Democratic Party, and that has since made California a pretty solid blue state. And I think Latinos, if you look at their voter registration, they are overwhelmingly Democratic and have contributed to really solidify the Democratic Party's presence. So his attempt to eliminate immigrants from coming into California really backfired in that regard. And when I got elected, we looked at a whole, not only could we look at the laws that were put into place in that year, but we also had a lot of data to go back and see how did these laws perform. One of the laws that he passed was denying immigrants a driver's license. The data that followed that showed that following that legislation, accidents in California rose significantly, and accidents between uninsured motorists increased significantly. And who are the victims of those accidents? Largely people that generally knew how to drive and had insurance by a driver that didn't know how to drive and did not have insurance. And those are one of the laws that we sought to change. Prior to that law being passed, we couldn't find any evidence of voter fraud, and we couldn't find any change in whatever voter fraud was not or was reported following that. So really the intent of that law to reduce voter fraud in exchange resulted in increasing the amount of accidents. There were many more laws that resulted from this, and I'll just wrap up by saying what we're seeing come out of Texas, the strong stance against immigration, closing borders, is hurting the state of Texas. The same governor of Texas said that he has spent $1 billion in deporting immigrants, $1 billion that could have gone to education, and denying the children of immigrants their birth certificate has not been necessarily productive for Texas. And in California, what we've been doing, including yesterday, the UC Regents announced that they believe that they're excluded from a lot of federal policies, and they've decided to hire undocumented immigrants to work for the UC system because they see value in that. I have witnessed that in just working in California, saying, look, California, I mean, we're gonna treat all our residents as people of California and provide them driver's license and health care and jobs and opportunities within our schools. If we're required by the federal government to educate them, let's educate them, and let's make them positive, contributing members of our society. And I'm very proud of the fact that this is creating a better environment in California, a better economy. I think there's a lot to say that California's economy as the 5th largest in the world, and our growth has a lot to do with the way we treat our immigrants and how we incorporate them into our economy. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. It's great to be here. I want to start by thanking the organizers of the State of the West Symposium. Blas, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be among friends. And it's great to share with you some comments about my experience, what I have seen during the last 4 years that I have had the pleasure of being and the privilege of being the Consul General of Mexico in San Diego. So let me start. Let me see if this works. Yes. I am the Consul General of Mexico in San Diego. This is one of 52 consulates all around the United States. In this room, there are 2 Consul Generals because I am joined, or there we were 2 Consul Generals. Alejandra Bologna is there, the Consul General of Mexico in San Jose. We are the largest consular network of a country in another, and that's a result of the size of our diaspora. There are approximately 37 million people in this country, 37 million people of Mexican origin. A little bit more than 11.5 million of those were born in Mexico. So it's a huge diaspora. And that's why, as part of our diplomatic history, we have had a strong network of consulates throughout the United States, and now number 52. And for each one of them, our main responsibility is to protect the rights and promote the interests of our nationals living within our respective consular jurisdictions. And we not only do that, we also promote the image of Mexico, the prestige of Mexico. We promote cultural programs, community organization programs, economic promotion programs, but our main mandate is to protect the interest of Mexican nationals in our jurisdictions. A little about me. I am a career diplomat, like Alejandra. I've been in this business for 36 years, and my whole career has been in the United States. Previously, I was Consul General of Mexico in Sacramento, and then in Austin, now in San Diego, and soon, if the Senate ratifies me, I'll be moving to Los Angeles. I want to talk about the last 4 years first. I've been in San Diego for 4 years, and I think that it's a good opportunity to review what has happened, what have I seen, which is new, which I did not expect when I arrived there. At the risk of saying the obvious, I think that the most important change that has happened in the border is that most people are trying to enter into the United States under the auspices of administrative immigration law of this country. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, most people tried to sneak in between ports of entry. Many Mexicans do still try to sneak in through the mountains and through deserts, particularly those who have some background with immigration and know that there is no way for them to get asylum. But the vast majority of migrants that come today to the United States, they deliver themselves to authorities and they claim asylum. That's a significant change, as it is the fact that now there are many other countries of origin for these immigrants. Last week, the week before the end of Title 42, we visited the border. That's where we did that picture at the beginning of my presentation. There were 80 nationalities of people waiting at the border for the CBP and Border Patrol to pick them up. 80 nationalities. All countries of Africa had immigrants down there waiting for that opportunity to cross. That's a significant change. Another new development, at least for me, is that Mexico has become a land of refugees. There is a very significant increase in terms of people applying for asylum. In 2021, 130,000 immigrants from all over the world, but mostly from Central America and the Caribbean, requested asylum in Mexico. That's a record for us. In 2022, there were 108,000 applicants. We are one of the top countries in terms of hosting refugees throughout the world. Now, the question is, do they want to stay in Mexico? Clearly, the vast majority of people who cross our border want to be here, refugees. They don't want to stay in Mexico. They perhaps stay for a while, and then they will eventually come to the US. A third development is that there is a growing presence of NGOs and international organizations. That's something that I didn't see before, and now they play a crucial role in sheltering, at least in Tijuana, approximately 7,000 immigrants in shelters, in refugios across the city. And finally, and perhaps this is the most important development, the one that I want to underscore, there's been a very significant increase in the number of people dying in their attempt to cross the border, either dying or being severely injured. Let me talk to you a little bit about that. In an effort to be transparent, we have included in our webpage the whole database of the 4 years I've been Consul General. Last year, there were 42 Mexican nationals dying in their attempts to cross the border. In the previous year, 41, and 2 years ago, 16. The number has increased significantly. 646 during the last 4 years has been severely injured to the extent that they have had to go to the hospital system in San Diego or have unfortunately lost their lives in their attempt. all the injuries that we are seeing, 80% of them are wall-related injuries. What we see is empirical evidence that shows that higher walls have not been able to stop or divert the flows of migrants, but have clearly increased the severity of injuries and deaths. And there is a particular point in history that we can signal as a source for this change, and that is the 2018 decision to raise the wall up to 30 feet. There's empirical evidence that shows that the number of injured patients being treated in San Diego went up 5 times after the wall was raised up to 30 feet. Now, I will end up by telling you what do I expect into the next 4 years, into the future, now that we are starting a post-Title 42 regime. Well, the first point is Mexico will still have to respond with a human rights perspective to unilateral decisions taken by the US government. I would frame it a little bit different from how Anna frames the problem. It is not that we come and we negotiate and we agree and we say, let's stop them and use Mexico as a buffer state. It's more like, okay, the US is changing its immigration policies. What do we need to do in order to preserve our interests and in order to protect the human rights of immigrants, either Mexican nationals or not, that are going to be affected? And we can talk about that in greater length. In the next 4 years, we will keep on visiting the 16 detention centers that are in San Diego, 7 of them Border Patrol. Every day, as we have done during the last 4 years I've been Consul General, providing assistance to Mexican nationals who are there detained, helping them, place them in contact with their relatives, explaining them about their legal situation and what happens. A new thing that perhaps it's still too soon to tell, CBP-1, this online system that tries to encourage immigrants to apply for asylum from the comfort of their homes, online, instead of coming all the way to the border. That's a good thing, perhaps. We don't know. But it's clearly something that the Mexican government celebrates if it encourages the legal migration of people instead of risking their lives and trying to cross the border. We will see growing collaboration between Mexico and the United States that I am sure we will see. And we will see the strength in institutionality will predominate. We are going back to the repatriation agreements that existed before Title 42, and we will see new experiments like the ones we saw during the pandemic, in which we were able to bring to the United States, with the support of CBP, 26,000 workers from the maquiladora industry in order to be vaccinated in US territory, despite the fact that the vast majority of them didn't have US visa. I finish with 5 conclusions. The first one, as I said, higher walls do not stop immigration trends. Secondly, these new actors, NGOs and international organizations, these latter ones funded by both the US and Mexican governments, are going to play an increasing role and do part of the job that governments used to do in the past. We need to be, if you work in the business as Alejandra and I work, you will need to be prepared to reinvent your job every few years. Traditionally, we did not talk to asylum seekers. They were asking for international protections from Mexico. We kept our distance. Now that's no longer possible. Most of them are trying to seek asylum. Many of them are Mexicans. And those who are not Mexicans, we need to help them navigate the system to the extent possible, at least in order to protect their human rights and their security. there will be many more challenges into the future that will need very strong collaboration between our two governments. And perhaps the most important lessons that I take from my 4-year experience in San Diego is that you need as consul to build networks way ahead of when you need them. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Ana, and thank you, Ben, for really insightful presentations. Maybe we can start where you stopped, or where in the last minute. So we clearly you present the problems very clearly. Now let's focus on solutions for a second. What do you think about do you have any recommendations that are kind of concrete? And again, if I had an answer, I would not ask you this question. So I don't have a great answer myself. But do we have any concrete recommendations of how to solve this particular crisis on the border right now? A lot of the things that we mentioned are kind of long-term, and clearly that's, but is there anything that we can say about solutions to the current situation? And I'm happy to start with whoever want to.
I'll, as a kind of the legislator.
Please.
I want to mention, when I first got elected, I started a select committee in the Assembly and in the Senate that dealt with creating a better relationship with Mexico and reaching out to Mexico and solving problems. A select committee on California-Mexico cooperation. Through that group, we worked to identify problems at the California-Mexico and worked to solve them. And we got legislators engaged. Some of them, through their involvement, started learning more about what the problems were really about, not simply what they seemed to be about. And when I started that committee, I learned that not only was it the first one that had ever been created in California, but the first one that was created in the United States, and it's still the only one that exists in the United States. If immigration is such a big issue in America, why don't legislatures take an interest in using their power to solve these problems? I learned that there is, in Congress, that has existed for many years, the U.S.-Mexico Interparliamentary Group that has existed. But if you look at the group and see their work, you scarcely really can't find much work. And when you see their budget, it's $60,000 for the Senate, $60,000 for the representatives. $60,000 for a country the size of the United States of America? The state of California invests more money in our committee than the whole federal government. My question is, where is the U.S. legislature and the state legislatures on the subject? Because this is really where the conversation begins. This is where we start to form policy. This is where we start to do research and to understand the magnitude of the problems and how to take meaningful action that'll make impacts for many years to come. U.S. immigration law, as you see the history, has largely been reactionary. We see people coming in, what do we do to stop it immediately? That doesn't work, and it has never worked. The question is, how do we do it in a way that achieves our objectives? What are we trying to achieve? And how do we get to good public policy? We need to invest time and effort and do a little bit of research and get the legislators out into these countries, out into analyzing the results. We need to make laws that are based on science, that are based on getting to the root of a problem. And to do that, we need studies, but we need the involvement. So whenever you see a senator kind of grilling a representative saying, how come you're not doing this and how come you're not doing that? And I want to encourage people to kind of respond, well, you're a legislator, what are you doing? And if it's really that important, what resources are you applying to this? And I think this is, all of us as a country, we should really look at this and say, why aren't our legislators doing that? Texas invests zero in this. If this is really causing them to invest $1 billion a year in policing and evicting immigrants, why aren't they taking a more meaningful approach in spending that money more wisely to get better results? Same with Florida, and they're the states that have actually started to violate U.S. law. And while they're telling immigrants that they need to respect the law, they're busing immigrants to the state of Democratic-run states. I don't know if that really is a solution. I don't know what it accomplishes, but it does. I say it adds fuel to the fire, and it doesn't solve a thing.
Anna.
Well, thanks for that question. First, despite my consul's and I's disagreement, I think part of the reason that it's easy to offshore migration control to Mexico is because their human rights abuses are invisible. Let's think about it. A detention center just burned in Mexico. How many protests were there here in the United States? Almost none. What did the Remain in Mexico policy do? Well, children were exempt from it. So Central American and other parents would send their children alone while they stayed in northern Mexico. Advocates who had fought against Trump's family separation policies said that the Remain in Mexico policy was further contributing to family separation. It was family separation in another name. So the first thing and most important thing that I think needs to happen is attention, advocacy around what happens not just in the United States, but in other countries. Now, in terms of US law, which I think is at the moment extremely hard to change, so when you said short-term solutions, this is not one, but I still want to mention it. As a historian, we've been talking about 1965 nonstop. The law of 1965 was passed by two congresspeople, Hart and Saller. They were both Democrats. Now, before passing this law, Philip Hart, who was a Michigan Democrat, had suggested a completely different law. He had suggested that, yes, there be a cap on the number of immigrants allowed in the United States. But unlike now, when only that cap is divided by each country having a 7% proportion of that cap, it'd be divided in this way. 20% of all visas would go to refugees. 32% would go to countries in proportion of their populations, so that, for example, New Zealand doesn't have as much opportunity to come, which is a much smaller country than Mexico, and 48% to countries in proportion to the amount of emigration that it had seen in the last 15 years. And this was, of course, important because migrants have families and communities here. So if they've been coming, it's only fair to allow them to continue coming. And it's also a way to reduce undocumented migration.
I'm a diplomat, so I am going to recommend my government, and perhaps that way we'll make clear some of the issues that I might not agree entirely with Anna, who's a friend from many years, by the way. It's very frustrating, for me at least, to see how we Mexicans have been unable to speak in terms of interests instead of rights. Every time we talk about immigration in Mexico, if you read the papers in Mexico, everything is the rights, the human rights, the rights of people to migrate, the rights to blah, 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 blah. Nobody in Mexico, and no public figure, is capable of talking about what's the interest of Mexico in terms of immigration. I learned from my friend Dimitri Papadimitri, who many of you, I'm sure, knew, that immigration is a public good. And as a public good, in democracies, you have to administer it in an open and transparent way. We have not learned to do that in Mexico. There are hard truths that we need to face in front of public opinion. We don't want to talk about that in Mexico because of our experience with the United States, because we are used to see ourselves as país de migración, an emigration country. But we are quickly becoming an immigration country. And we are not capable of presenting to our own public opinion the issue of immigration as a public good that needs to be administered, where government will do so in a democratic and transparent way, and in which necessarily there will be winners and losers. And there are certain hard truths that we don't know how to speak to the government or to public opinion in Mexico. The first hard truth that we don't want to talk is that we need to control our borders. Another hard truth that we don't want to talk is that we need labor. We need skilled immigrants. We need unskilled immigrants, quote unquote, unskilled immigrants as well. I look with envy our friends in Canada that are very capable of saying, this is what we need, this is what our economy needs. Let's try to encourage this type of immigration. And that has nothing to do with respecting human rights of immigrants in Mexico. I'm telling you, we are becoming a country of destination for thousands of refugees. The problem that we have is that refugees see us as un escaloncito, as a stepping, how to say, stone, as a stepping stone. They want to come to the US. Not even the people from Haiti, I don't know how to say it in English, Haiti.
Haitians,
Haitians, not even Haitians. They stay in Tijuana 4 or 5 years, and as soon as they see an opportunity, many of them, not all, they cross to the United States. We are competing with the largest economy in the world for talent. So I think that a thing I don't like about part of your analysis is that, to me, it's very simplistic to see whatever we do as a response to US pressure. Perhaps it's our fault because we don't know how to explain this openly and publicly. But let me tell you, and I finish with this, with a very specific example. During the last 2 years, migrants coming to the US seeking asylum from Eastern Europe, Russians mostly and former Soviet republics, used to come to the border in San Isidro driving their cars. And they just, a la brava, they try to cross. And they use the ready and the sentry lanes, the lanes that are for frequent and trusted travelers. Every time that happened, the whole port had to stop and delays increased, time delays increased. When our friends from CBP asked yours truly to do something and try to encourage a filter on the Mexican side, and they asked me that once I asked them for more vaccines during the pandemic for children because there were not enough vaccines for children in Mexico. They said, okay, we would be able to talk about a new program for vaccines for children as long as you are able to help us 100 meters before the borderline to stop Eastern European migrants who are willing to cross the border, abandon their car, but once they are on the US side, ask for asylum. And I said, forget about the vaccines. It's crazy. That's like, if I touch that rail, I'll be there. But the problem worsened over the next 2 years. And it took at least 1 year for us to get the coalition of Mexican agencies that involve the Guardia Nacional, the Tijuana police, the state government, to partner among themselves and do establish a filter on the Mexican side, 100 meters before the borderline, at least to stop those cars from coming all the way. Because that was the only possible way that CBP would send some of their agents that had to be on the borderline to send them back to the booths and then reduce waiting times for everybody. 70% of the people who cross south to north in San Isidro are frequent travelers. They have ready or sentry lanes. So we were protecting the common infrastructure in Mexico, the infrastructure, the border infrastructure that we share. As you may imagine, when this was made public, the only spokesperson that was designed to talk about this was me, and I was heavily criticized because I was doing the dirty job to the gringos, right? It was very difficult for me and for all of us to explain to the population of Tijuana and Baja California that it was in the interest of everybody, both Americans and Mexicans, to protect the common infrastructure.
Yes, so maybe I'll follow up with a question again to all of you. So you started to talk about Mexico and its role. So can you talk a little bit more about whether and how you view Mexico's role in, like helping address some of these challenges? Of course, on the one hand, Mexico is in a tough situation. On the one hand, there is a humanitarian crisis. People, like are not just moving because they want to earn $1 more. They are facing really severe situations, and they kind of want to move to opportunity, to better opportunity for them and their family in the U.S. On the other hand, you mentioned, a country has a right to enforce the law and like and so on. So how do you view, in general, does Mexico have? Is it all mostly U.S. have to change its policy, or do you view Mexico has some role in this? And maybe, I don't know, we can start with Ana maybe, or if you want to, or.
Well, like I've said, I actually disagree that Mexico should close its borders, like you said earlier, or take its interest that way into consideration. And we can see about how it has implemented its interests in the past with Central Americans. In the civil wars, when Central Americans were crossing first to Mexico, long before they started coming to the United States in such high numbers, Mexico created tent camps for them in Chiapas and then in Quintana Roo. And what happened? Well, they allowed the army from Guatemala that had been killing people to come into Mexico and kill some of the most active refugees. It deported, just as the United States is doing now, refugees to an area that they would surely be killed, which is a complete violation of human rights agreements. So I think that Mexico does have to look at its own interest, but in a more global context, especially given how much Mexico has advocated for Mexicans' migration to the United States. And that's something else I want to address, is when Mexico advocates for its own people to be able to come to the United States, rather than creating proper infrastructure and introducing policies, and at the same time introducing policies historically, such as the Green Revolution and NAFTA, that anyone could say would surely increase migration before they were passed. And no recourse was done. So the Mexican government knew this was going to happen, and yet continued to say that migrants continued to advocate for Mexican migration to the United States. So I wonder, where does this leave Mexican citizens? What does it say that Mexico's own government sees the migration of its citizens to a country where they would be considered illegal as a solution to its economic problems?
Real quick.
I will in 5 minutes open it up for for questions from don't worry.
Real quick. I didn't say that Mexico should close its borders. I say that we should explain better why we need to control our borders. Borders should be a filter, not something that would be either closed or open. Secondly, I don't agree that immigration has been a good business for Mexico. And I don't agree that we have been in the business of advocating for more migrants to come to the United States. 20 million people. Think just that number, let that number sink in. 20 million people migrated, left Mexico for good in the last 30 years. It's a huge exodus, huge. And the price of that are hundreds, thousands of ranchitos all over Mexico that are completely abandoned because people migrated with their whole families once it was very difficult to be a sojourner. That's clearly a bad business for us. We gave our bonus, demographic bonus, very generously as a gift to the United States, and it is not recognized as such. In fact, if you see the media right now, it's the other way around. We are the ones who are trying to send, as Trump said, your bad people to, we send our bad people to Mexico, to the United States. In fact, it's a great loss for us. Now, there are many things that Mexico needs to change. It's embarrassing what Ana was saying, she's completely right. It's embarrassing what happened in Ciudad Juarez. And she can tell 5 examples, and I can tell 15 examples of tragedies in which we have been unable to treat properly migrants from Central America and third countries that are trying to cross our territory. We need to improve our record in that regard. But I would say the Mexican government is proud of the way it has changed very quickly into an immigration country. Today, if you take the decision of becoming a refugee in Mexico, the equivalent of your social security number, the one that here takes years and years and years in order to get a green card, in Mexico takes 4 days. And it is very easy to regularize situation in Mexico. We need labor. The problem is that we are not changing as fast as the context forces us to change.
And if I can just build on what he said about 20 million people come to the United States. In California, we have seen the immigrants that come from Mexico as a huge benefit in our ability to trade with Mexico because they understand the system in Mexico, they understand the language, the culture, the laws, and they become very good California businesses that engage in trade with Mexico and help our economy enormously. So, and the way I see it is that could work well for Mexico as well, especially when you consider how much we do trade with Mexico. And we have former Mexicans, now Californians, engaging in that economy and helping to grow that economy. And what does it do? It's helping to create prosperity in Mexico that they haven't had before. And that's why I think NAFTA is so important, because for California, NAFTA has been wonderful in comparison to the rest of the country. And that's partly the reason, because we've been looking at our Mexican immigrants as enormous assets for our economy.
So I have so many more questions that I can ask you, but I think I'm sure many people want to ask questions. So how about we just have a round of questions here? Yes, please.
Hey, thanks a lot. You, Professor Abramanitsky, I'm probably mispronouncing it.
You're fine.
Okay. Began this session pointing out the advantages of immigration, which I assume are shared by the entire panel. And we have reviewed the problems of it. So now I want to put you in a hypothetical position. You're president. At the start of your term, you intend to make a major improvement in the U.S.'s immigration system over the next 2 to 4 years. You are also politically fearless. I'll add that. What do you do? How do you start the process and kind of try to go to the specifics and not to a lot of generalizations.
Anybody want to?
Sure. I think, first of all, I would visit the countries that are sending the most amount of immigrants. Currently, some of those countries we have economic embargoes and quite a pretty hurtful laws that are exacerbating the problem. While I don't support necessarily their system of government or the fact that they're sidestepping fair elections, but you engage. I think it's important that you sit down and you start to address the biggest issues. The U.S. has an enormous amount of resources to provide technical assistance to underserved countries. We're letting kind of China go to South America and start to make investments in that area where the U.S. is not. We're leaving South America wide open for China and other international countries. And you look, things like Venezuela could have been prevented with a greater involvement from the U.S. in terms of, and I'm not saying meddling in their business. There's a lot of things that we can do to help undeveloped countries.
Constructive engagement.
I mean, that's got to be part of the United States' long-term strategy to South America. To think that it started in 1820 with the Monroe Doctrine and that somebody dared to dream, look, there's this a wave of independence in the Americas and we're not going to be colonies anymore. And let's start to talk about how we can jointly create our own future together. And what happened with that? Where did it go? And we can go back to that and say, look, we might not do exactly what the European Union is doing, but I mean, why can Europe create a union and encourage a common prosperity within their region? Why can't we do something similar or look at our countries to the south and say, look, we can develop our economies together. There is benefit in Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico developing a middle class, because the bigger the middle class, the greater opportunity there will be for that middle class to buy American-made products. And let's start engaging. And I really haven't seen that. I really haven't seen that to a great extent. I kind of supported Biden's effort to go down to Guatemala and to, and I saw that there was a beginning there, and I think there needs to be follow-up. There needs to be an ongoing program. Think about, Texas claimed $1 billion in policing, right, for immigrants. The wall that Trump built that really is completely ineffective. Even members of his own party wouldn't vote for it. Remember, Congress never approved the construction of that wall. But $9 billion, think about $10 billion. And whatever else that we're spending on processing immigrants, what is that costing us? And what can we do to that money to invest in a common economy for North and South America? Even if it was just $10 billion, that would be a huge investment in some of these countries. If it's directed to education, if it's directed to starting new businesses, that could make an enormous dent in creating jobs and opportunity in South America. And an opportunity for the U.S. to engage in trade with those countries.
Does anybody else want to?
I would do three things, very specific. One, I would allow for those who have established roots in this country to regularize their situation. The average undocumented Mexicans have spent 13, 14 years living in the shadows in this country. 13, 14 years. So they need to have a chance to become legal residents. Not all, at least the ones who have established roots. Secondly, we need to recreate temporary worker programs that would allow for the workers to come, work 6 months, 7 months, and then go back. Create again the sojourner model, in which the family stays in Mexico and doesn't have to come to South Central LA to live in a counterculture type of environment. It's not easy. Just like regularization would not be easy, in the case of temporary worker programs, There's a strong opposition from many Latino groups who are traditionally our allies. We would have to work with them. But at least the Mexican government has changed its approach to this. We used to avoid talking about temporary worker programs. Now you can listen and you can more clearly listen to Mexican decision makers advocate for programs such as the H2A, which currently brings 300,000 Mexicans to do temporary agricultural work to the US and in a safe, secure, and legal way. And thirdly, what you were saying in terms of investing in the regions that are sending migrants north, particularly el Triángulo del Norte, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, as well as Chiapas, Guerrero, and Oaxaca. Those are the Mexican states that are the #1 origin of migrants last year, the previous year, the previous year, for many years. The southern part of Mexico has been the one, and Michoacán has been the source of migrants towards this region. The President of Mexico has made this a priority, and most of our international cooperation programs have been devoted to those countries. Perhaps too soon to tell about its impact, but it's been a very significant investment. From the very beginning, President López Obrador asked first President Trump, then President Biden to do it jointly and to invest significant funds there. Hopefully, eventually, we will be able to do it in a more regional approach.
And I feel like you have a couple things to say.
I do. First, I want to say that I completely agree with legalization. I agree that this is a transnational problem. We need transnational solutions. That being said, when we're thinking about how to invest in Mexico and about US intervention in Central America, I would be very careful about how we go about doing that. For example, in the 1940s, the United States invested heavily in Mexico's Green Revolution. The Green Revolution then led to massive migration. The United States supported the civil wars in Central America. Those civil wars have only propelled Central American migration. So yes, I think that the only way that we're going to curb this problem is by funding and implementing, reducing unemployment, violence, and corruption in those areas. But how we go about it needs to be in very careful ways and very well thought out. I would not implement an H2A program. I would not continue to increase it. Current scholarship describes H2As and H2B programs to be akin to slavery. H2A workers, like braceros, are guest workers who can come to the United States for short periods of time and then return. The problem is that when they come to the United States, they cannot unionize, and if they, quote unquote, misbehave according to the employers, they're blacklisted, and as such, they're not allowed to return back to the United States. They're blacklisted by employers themselves. What does this mean? People want to join the H2A and H2B programs because they want exactly what you suggested, to be able to come and go between Mexico and the United States. People have wives and children in the United States. They don't want to just leave them. They have mothers who will die soon. If they come to the United States without papers, knowing how hard it is to cross the border back south and then come back north, they just stay in the United States. They don't see their family members, sometimes for 20 years, sometimes for more. The H2A and H2B program allows them to come and go. But as a result, the exploitation in these programs has been dramatic. So I would be very careful. I would also be very careful in implementing a program where people can come and go and are only seen as workers and not as people who could eventually join and become and truly belong in our society.
And I've done a lot. I represented a very heavily agricultural district, and in working with some of the not only with the immigrant community but the farmers, one of the things that the farmers like about the HBA is that they can bring back the same workers I found generally in working with them that they have workers that come in at 6 months and go in 6 months. So they come in 6 at a time, but they work with the same workers because those workers they develop good relationships with. And I'm sure there are abuses, and those abuses could be resolved, but also let's not eliminate something that's kind of working for both sides, because those workers return because they not only get the pay that's associated with those jobs is pretty high in terms of in comparison to Mexico or wherever they come from, whatever country. The wages that they pay for it's right now farmers are paying about $19 for wages and have to provide housing and transportation for the workers, and they bring over the abuses, I imagine, could be solved. And what I've seen also is that those workers come and learn new techniques, whether it is in farming or other areas, and then they go back and they're able to employ that knowledge that they gain in their own communities and establishing businesses. I've seen that. I'm not a big fan of maquilados in Mexico, but they're bringing in people from Germany, Japan, Korea, teaching workers new techniques, new skills that I think are very useful for those employees in the Mexican economy. And I think they're going to be the future entrepreneurs in Mexico as they go through that training. Again, it's hard to find perfect systems that work, but we have to be open to concepts that help resolve. I would rather do HBA than having somebody live here undocumented in the country for 20 years and not see their family. At least they can go back if they decide after 3 months, after 6 months, but not be kind of completely isolated from their families in the U.S. for 20.
But workers do say that undocumented workers say that they face less exploitation at the work site than H-2A and H-2B workers. Because A, they can move employers, B, they can unionize. When you're not attached to an employer, it's much easier to demand or to go if you're not being treated properly.
And I had never heard of that, and I'm not denying it, but I think those are things that can be addressed within the program.
All right, so I guess our time is almost coming to an end. So I'm suggesting we'll take let's collect 2 or 3 questions, and each of you will have the last. You'll choose a question and have the last word. But Ben, go ahead. You can give people that.
One quick question: why can't we talk more about the bright spot story of El Salvador? They changed their leadership. We've had people who have worked with us and said the country has totally now become a destination site for enjoyment. The people are staying there. The crime rate has gone down, and the leadership there of Asian descent has done a phenomenal job and is getting high ratings. So I'm just saying, I like to hear bright spot stories as well as honest, trusted, negative stories. But I think there's a great story out of El Salvador. People are no longer migrating out. They're staying. The education level's raising, and the people in this country who migrated from El Salvador are going home now and enjoying their opportunity of going home.
Okay. Ben, can you ask Kelsey? Kelsey, I think is having her hand up.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Kelsey. I'm an undergraduate here studying international relations and human rights. My question is, what steps is Mexico taking or should it take to address corruption and violence, especially in border towns like Tijuana that have had thousands of homicides, 2,000 in Tijuana in the last year, and also considering that you mentioned a few of the out-immigration Mexican states that are on the State Department do not travel, and so what is Mexico doing or should it do to address the violence that is driving people to the border in the first place?
So look, I realize we are not going to have time to take all the questions, but our speakers will graciously stay with us afterwards so that you can come and ask your questions. But I'll ask you maybe to very briefly maybe choose a question and just say a couple words, but short. Yeah.
Short. Yes. I'm not familiar with El Salvador experience. What I can tell you is that we are not that unlike the U.S. in terms of being a open, plural, and democratic society. And I don't think that some of the reforms that I have heard have happened in El Salvador, which I'm not an expert of, would go well in an open and plural society like in Mexico. Secondly, I think that it is clear what we need to do. We need to rebuild institutions from the ground up at a very basic level. That involves police, that involves prosecutors, that involves judges, and it involves detention centers. It's not going to be a clear progressive line that only goes better and better and better and better. It will take like a roller coaster, going up, going down. Sometimes it seems that we go a step back and then move 2 steps further. But it's the only way that a democratic and open society could solve the organized crime that we are facing. I do believe that the Mexican state is too strong not to impose its force in order to impose the rule of law in those regions that you are talking about. However, we need to do it in a way that is, again, in accordance to our democratic institutions and with due respect to human rights.
So we are at 5:01, but I'll let Ana and your last word, Ana. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to El Salvador, even as we think of places where migration has fallen, as we look to the future, I want to say there is something that all of us have ignored in this panel that is catastrophic, and that is climate change. And migration is going to continue and going to increase dramatically because of migrant change, because of climate change, no matter what political system has changed. So that is something that we need to look toward or really think about how we're going to address.
Short sentence, if you want.
I just want to thank everybody for inviting me to this wonderful discussion. I don't know about you guys, but this was a wonderful experience for me, and getting to listen to Ana and Carlos talk about these issues was extremely amazing. So
great. So let's join us in the thank you,
Yeah.
panelists. And 1 second before we leave, I wanna first thank SIEPR for hosting this wonderful event, and I wanna let's say welcome David with who put all of this together, and thank him, and he will have the last word.
Wow, this is good, isn't it?
I understand that I'm standing between you and drinks outside, so I'm going to be brief, but I have to say I can't resist, as an historian and as the son of an immigrant, adding a couple of words about the discussion we just heard. We have a deep national mythology about immigration to this country, and most of us have grown up having internalized that mythology. But let me just remind you of a couple of lesser-known facts. 100 years ago, the United States was the destination for a little over 40% of all international migrants. Today, we're the destination for about 20% of all international migrants, and that's one of many new factors in the situation that we're dealing with. We've just heard about some others, that countries like Mexico, which historically sent people abroad, are now receiving people. Another country in that category is Italy, which for generations exported people abroad and is now a destination. And in fact, there are now more transnational migrants living in Europe than in the United States. So this is not just a question that affects our national history and our current circumstance. It's a global phenomenon, as Anna has reminded us, and it's going to happen a long time. Second little known fact, of the great wave of migrants that came here between the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815 and the outbreak of World War I in 1914, roughly a century, roughly 36 million immigrants, most of them from Europe. Little known fact about that great migration, about 44% of those people eventually went home to live. This is lost to our national memory because our national mythology tells us that everybody cast their patrimony, cultural patrimony, over the side of the ship as the ship came into New York Harbor, and that was that. It's not true. And this reminds me, when I think about that 44% who eventually repatriated, that here's a thought experiment. In the current situation, what if we tried to think about our circumstance not in the framework of immigration as we traditionally understand it, but as we've heard repeatedly on this panel, as a refugee crisis? It seems to me we cannot automatically assume that all the refugees knocking on the door at our southern border really intend long-term to stay in this country. Some undoubtedly do. But here's an unknown, known, it may be a subject for research. What are the ultimate intentions of those people now trying to get into the country? My guess is that a lot of them would be very happy someday to go home again, and if the circumstances in their countries of origin change. So I think we need to reframe the discussion nationally and think outside the framework of our traditional understanding of immigration. And no gathering of this sort is complete without quoting Abraham Lincoln. So I'm going to close on that note. In an address to Congress in 1862, he said, "The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country." So I think we need some fresh thinking about this crisis, whether it's an immigration crisis as traditionally understood or a refugee crisis, but I think we need some bold new thinking. I want to thank Mark Duggan and Greg Roston from SIEPR, our partners in this enterprise, and Bruce Kane. Bruce, are you still around? Who's the current director of the Bill Lane Center for the American West, and all of our respective staffs who did so much to put this event together. I want to thank all the panelists who've spoken today, and I invite you all to join us outside for a concluding drink. Thank you all for being here.